Nino? Good morning, all.
Yes, ma'am.
Yep. Everything is ready, right? A guest joined. Namaste, Professor Dheeraj Murthy.
Namaste.
We'll start in a few seconds. Sir, please set a screen share for our guests.
Yes, I made him co-host.
Okay. Okay, fine.
Can you see okay now?
Yeah, sure, we can see.
You just let me know whenever I can begin.
Yeah. The students should start actually. I'm waiting for that. Devika.
Yes.
Social media, it's nothing but an internet-based form of communication. It allows users to have conversation. It has tools in it which makes our everyday lives a whole lot easier. It allows us to create web contents and so much more. This is why billions of people all around the globe use social media. So we can say that social media is this potent tool that we have in the hands of the citizens. And hence, it is very important that we use it with utmost responsibility. A very warm good morning to one and all. We are here bright and early for the day 2 of the Impetus 2021 3-day international conference on social media and developing societies, emerging trends, impact, and digital citizenship, organized by the Department of Media Studies and IQAC, Nagar College, Maranalloor, Trivandrum. I am Devika Sajeesh. I'm a final year student, Department of Media Studies, and I will be the host for this session. So before we start off with the very eventful day that we have planned, let us invoke the blessings of the Almighty. I would like to invite Jennifer Rowland, first year student, Department of Media Studies, for the prayer. put ourselves in the presence of the Lord. Dear Father, we offer everything and thank you for everyone gathered here today to walk with you. May we ask you for your blessings and guidance so that the activities set for this undertaking be successful. Lord, give us the inspiration to be the best we can be, and may we be shining example of your goodness and truth within wherever we are. Inspire our thoughts, discussions, and ideas, and continue to remind us that all that we do here today is for the pursuit of truth, for greater glory of you. Amen. Without taking too much of the time, let us dive straight into why we are gathered here today. Let us start the day off with this very information-filled day, actually, with the expert session. So I would like to call up on Niranjana MS, final year student, Department of Media Studies, to deliver the welcome address.
Thank you, Devika. A very warm good morning to one and all. I am Niranjana MS, a final year student, Department of Media Studies, Nagar College. It is my pleasure to welcome you all to the second day of Impetus 2021 3-day online international conference on social media and developing societies, emerging trends, platforms, impact, and digital citizenship, organized by the Department of Media Studies and IQAC, Nagar College, Trivandrum, Kerala. First of all, I would like to invite our program chairperson, Professor Deepak Shinde, Director of the School of Media Studies, Maharashtra, who accepted our invitation with grace. A hearty welcome to you, dear sir. Next, I would like to invite our guest speaker, Professor Dheeraj Murthy, Professor of Media Studies and Sociology, Director of Computational Media Lab, School of Journalism and Media, Moody College of Communication, the University of Texas at Austin, USA. Welcome, sir. I also welcome our manager, Reverend Father Dr. Tito Varghese CMI, who has always been our greatest strength. Welcome, Father. Now, I invite Dr. Jolie Jacob, our principal, who has always been a pillar of support. Welcome, ma'am. Now, I welcome Ms. Manju Rose Matthews, HOD, Department of Media Studies, without whom this event would have not been possible. I welcome you, ma'am. I would also like to welcome our faculty members to this occasion. Last but not the least, I welcome our participants who have accepted our invitation and are present here. Welcome all to the second day of Impetus 2021 3-day online international conference on social media and developing societies, emerging trends, platforms, impact, and digital citizenship, organized by the Department of Media Studies and IQAC, Nagar College, Trivandrum, Kerala. Thank you and have a nice day.
Thank you so much, Niranjana. Now I would like to invite Manju Rose Matthews, Head of the Department of Media Studies, to formally introduce the guest speaker for the session.
Thank you, Devika. A very good morning to all of you. Dr. Dheeraj Murthy is a professor of journalism and media studies in Moody College of Communication and of Sociology, both at the University of Texas at Austin. He was previously reader of sociology at Goldsmiths, University of London. His research explores social media, digital research methods, race, ethnicity, qualitative mixed methods, big data, quantitative analysis, and virtual organizations. Dr. Murthy has edited 3 journal special issues and authored over 70 articles, book chapters, and papers. Dr. Murthy wrote the first scholarly book about Twitter, the first on subject, second edition published by Polity Press in 2018. Dr. Murthy was funded by the prestigious National Science Foundation, CMMI division, for pioneering work on using the social media networks of journalists for damage reconnaissance during Hurricane Florence in the United States. Dr. Murthy's work also uniquely explores the potential role of social technologies in diversity and community inclusion. Dr. Dheeraj Murthy founded and directs the Computational Media Lab in UT Austin. He previously co-directed the Center for Creative and Social Technologies at Goldsmiths and founded the Social Network Innovation Lab at Bowdoin College. He has chaired and co-chaired international social media conferences and serves on the advisory board of MediaWell, an initiative by Social Science Research Council, SSRC. Participants, you can key in the questions in the Mentimeter, link shared in the chat box. Moderator shall pick the question and ask in the Q&A session. It's a great privilege to have Dr. Dheeraj Murthy for this conference. Welcome, Professor Dheeraj Murthy. Title of the session is Researching Visual Social Platforms.
Namaste. Thank you so much for the wonderful introduction. I'm just going to share my slides here. 1 minute. Can everyone see the slide deck?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Namaste again, and thank you all for attending my talk, and thank you for the wonderful introduction, Manjuji. So I'm going to be speaking with you this morning about methods for studying visual social media platforms, and it's my absolute pleasure to be presenting this talk for you this morning. So this work is based on a lot of research I've done on social media, as the introduction indicates. And what I'm going to be speaking with you today about is 2 specific case studies that are published in terms of my work in 3 different journal articles. And I'll provide the links for you, so you'll be able to review them at your convenience and take a look at that. The first case is around Instagram and disasters. And the second case is around ISIS and YouTube. So I'll be speaking about case number 1, Instagram and disasters first. So as I mentioned, this work draws from published pieces. I put the bit.ly links for 2 articles that have come from this work. So you're welcome to navigate to that or keep bookmarks or anything for your reference. So you'll be able to look at the methods in detail. And a lot of what I wanted to do in this talk this morning is to introduce you to some methods in terms of doing research with visual social media platforms, as a lot of effort is often spent working on text-based social media platforms. So I thought it's a good opportunity to be able to discuss some of these methods with you. One of my rationales for doing this talk, for you this morning, is that social media data harvesting, often when we collect social media data, do not prioritize visual social media data. So often this data is lost. It's at the priority really of collecting text-based data, because the text-based data is much lighter, it's easier to collect, it's a lot easier to analyze from a computational perspective. So my argument here is visual social media data are often lost. So for those of you who are more technical, you'll know that when you're getting data from social media platforms, whether it's Twitter, whether it's YouTube, whichever platform, you're going to be collecting that in the format as JSON. So the JavaScript object notation is basically going to, it's text data. And the only thing you're going to get that's visual in terms of images or videos are URL links. And these would have to be scraped separately if you want to actually collect the images and videos, and may even be deleted. So one of the things I want to kind of raise with this research is the importance of collecting these types of data and what we can do with them. That even though they may be a bit more difficult, there's a lot we can get out of them. So the first case I want to talk to you here in some detail really is looking at what we can do when we look at visual social media seriously. So the first thing I want to raise is that a lot of social media research, as many of you are aware of, uses machine learning and computational methods. And I definitely do the same in terms of my work. But ultimately, if you use machine learning with visual content, often the machine learning systems are very limited to the basics, right? So they are not able to go through and do a tremendous amount of work in terms of the nuance. Rather, they may be identifying features, for example, within the content. So image diversity, for example, if you have images that are very different, that have different features or aspects, it can be quite challenging for machine learning systems. Of course, I've used machine learning on images, and we've had a lot of success with discerning features that are in images, etc. But a lot of times it's quite superficial what a machine can do. So what a lot of researchers often do is they think, let's just skip visual social media platforms. And I think now it's really to the detriment, because we take platforms such as TikTok, which of course in the Indian context was very popular, and after the ban, there's other platforms that are filling in, Instagram, for example, with its visual features, and some other platforms as well. But a lot of researchers still try to avoid studying these sort of platforms. The number of researchers I've spoken to, for example, about studying TikTok, say it's too difficult, to watch these videos and to try to do some classification with that. So one of the arguments I make here, and this comes from Jean Burgess and Axel Bruns's work, is that these are considered what are called hard data. But I think it's really important to really think about methods, qualitative and mixed methods, to study these types of hard data, with which visual methods are very much a part of. So what a lot of people tend to do with videos and images is to do something that's often referred to as what is called motif-based analyses. So what a motif-based analysis, and what this study does, is basically looks at the type of large theme that's conveyed by an image. So we're not going into a tremendous depth of nuance of the image, though other work I've done does try to really unpack what the images mean. But images ultimately are coded for a particular theme or a category of content. Now that may sound really simple, but ultimately a lot of effort is required to just figure out what an image or a video means. So even if you were to look at, I was mentioning TikTok before, but a 30-second TikTok, to figure out its meaning actually requires a lot of work. But the same thing with a picture, which is why people say a picture is worth 1,000 words or 1,000,000 words or something like that. Ultimately, for most of this type of work, because we're annotating it, unless you use a machine learned system, you need at least two people, two human beings, to act as coders who are trained to code motif classifications. And sometimes even more if you have a lot of complexity. And another thing that needs to be done, obviously, for it to be scholarly and robust, is to calculate the intercoder reliability, which is to make sure the people that are coding these images or videos are actually in accordance, that they're agreeing with each other. So there's a certain amount of robustness. What I'm trying to do here is not scare any of you who are interested in visual methods away from these sort of methods, but to just be cognizant of the sort of labor that's required to do this sort of work. So one of the things I want to introduce in terms of this case study is my actual research here, and to expose this to you. And the link is at the bottom, not the link, the reference is at the bottom of the stream, though I provided the bit.ly links earlier on in the presentation. So in this research, it uses data posted on Twitter during Hurricane Sandy. And this is a slightly older case study, but the reason I like talking about it, particularly with students, is this was a time when Twitter and Instagram were integrated. So in order to collect Instagram data, I could actually do that directly from Twitter. And the thing is, with a lot of images, it takes a substantial amount of time to harvest the images. And though at the time we were automatically able to write scripts, so, most people are going to harvest this sort of stuff using Python, but a lot of platforms also prohibit you from automatic scraping of images and videos, right? So automatic scraping on Instagram today isn't allowed. On Twitter, obviously, you can go through and access the API, but there's a lot of platforms that are placing restrictions. A lot of this is done at least with the argument of privacy, though that's not always the case. So this raises real methodological challenges for communication researchers, and obviously from researchers from other disciplines as well. So the methods for this case study, because I do have a second case study afterwards, and you're welcome to raise questions for me afterwards, and I can answer. But we were looking at about 150,000 roughly geotagged tweets. So this was a time when Twitter also had rich location data. This data is from 2012, so you know, though it was published several years later. And we looked at nearly 12,000 Instagram photos that were embedded in tweets during this period. And we were really looking at motifs such as food, relief, and people. And I had previously done research disasters in India, for example. So some of these categories that were put in an American context actually originated from me looking at the Indian Ocean tsunami and a lot of work that was being done in blogs, which is also published in Information, Communication, and Society. So if you're interested, you can search up my name within Google Scholar and you'll see that article as well. And that really is drawing from the Indian case. So images that fit multiple codes were double coded. So ultimately we had nearly 16,000 coded instances that were used for this case study. And this is an example sort of the type of images we're looking at, you know, within the data set. So you can, this isn't from Hurricane Sandy, this is from my disasters research more broadly, but it shows you, you know, the complexity of what we're trying to decipher within an image. What does the image mean? So here's some actual examples from the study, and I've broken this down by some of the motifs we used in the actual study as well. So one of the categories was food, another category people, another category outside, damage, drink, shopping, relief, which meant people actually engaged in relief efforts. This shows someone from the US Army. Image macros, those tend to be funny, you know, people often refer to them as memes, but technically they're image macros. So if you have text overlaid on an image, so we saw a lot of humor. Gear, supplies, for example, when it was said there was going to be heavy rain, screenshots, animals, and fascinatingly enough, advertising, which still occurs today during disasters where companies will come in and actually post content that's advertising. And I find it very fascinating that these categories still persist. Indeed, for a recent project I did that was looking at another disaster in the US, Hurricane Harvey, we used the exact same categories that I had come up with from this research on Hurricane Sandy, and actually used human coders, but also combined it with machine learning. So I'm happy to also talk about those sort of methods too, if people are interested. So I'll move on to the next case, a case of ISIS and YouTube, as it's a bit more complicated and I don't want to run out of time. So it will take me a bit longer to talk about it. But if you've got any questions in terms of the first case study, I'm happy to answer them. So I've also put the bit.ly link here for the article that was published in American Behavioral Scientist. This is a lot more recent. So I'm giving you a more historical case study as well as a more recent case study. It's also one that I will warn anyone doing the sort of research when you're looking at an organization like ISIS, you know, has its own psychological trauma, I'll say, as I had to watch every ISIS video that was created. So I have to say that it isn't one to be taken lightly as a researcher. With this case study, I used something that's called fuzzy methods. So as opposed to strict computational methods, I'll explain these as I go along, but they're a way to use fitting where categories don't necessarily become apparent. And I'll explain that as I go through. I think this case study is tremendously useful, as I'm going to explain when I discuss it, how I go from large-scale data mining, so collecting a lot of data, to small-scale human coding and understanding, to also generalizable characteristics, with also extensions to big data methods. So if you look at the full version of the published paper, you'll, for example, see all the network diagrams and you'll see the level of, you know, computational sophistication. So this is a very, very different type of case. I wrote all the Python code, for example, that goes through and parses everything and then generates the networks, etc. So one of the foundations, I guess, of this case study is I was really fascinated when I was looking on YouTube that it was actually possible to find ISIS content. And I wanted to see how much of that was the fact that I was using particular search terms, or if it was actually more prevalent within the platform as a whole. And my argument was that if users were actually not necessarily, seeking radical content, ISIS content, could they still arrive at this sort of content? So I thought that was a really important thing. Also, governments around the world, including the Indian government, took a lot of interest in radical terrorist content online, and were trying to influence social media platforms to make changes. So the whole article actually is about trying to make platforms more accountable. So given that ISIS content is also regularly deleted but reposted, I was also curious if radical videos were being picked up by YouTube's recommender video algorithm. Also, what type of linguistic or other markers are present, and what methods can effectively be used for classification. So again, as I was mentioning before, studying something like YouTube is often challenging, and I've done a lot of work on YouTube. And again, if you look at my work in Google Scholar, you'll see a more recent piece on YouTube as well. And I'm working on a large project funded by the National Institutes of Health that's also YouTube related to electronic cigarettes. So the case study methods I use for this are that I looked at news articles first to understand which videos were officially attributed to ISIS's media wing Al-Hayat. And I used 15 videos for this. I actually found 11 videos from my list through searches on YouTube and used them as seeds to crawl the YouTube network. The resulting network represents videos that are recommended, as well as videos recommended by the recommended videos. For those of you who have done any network analysis, this is a first degree and second degree. So if you think of it as friends, there would be friends and friends of friends. But in this case, it's recommended videos and those recommended by those recommended. So the fuzzy method I use is called qualitative comparative analysis, or QCA. And this is the method I use to build a framework for recommending videos. And I'll explain this method. You don't have to have any familiarity with it. But again, if you look at my piece that I put in with the link before, it will explain it in more detail. So this table shows you those videos that I was searching for, right? And whether I actually found them. So anything that says not found on YouTube, I couldn't actually go through and do it. But some of them, for example, such as the last one that was collected that starts with an OP video ID for YouTube, was actually in Arabic, and I used Google Translate for that. And the same thing that was in Chinese, that was right above. Otherwise, the other videos were in English, so I just searched for those in English. The one video was also French language. So there's a global diversity, which makes perfect sense, because ISIS was trying to target people around the world. It wasn't just interested in English speakers, but was interested in everyone from Urdu to French to Arabic to English. So let me introduce you to some of the case study methods that I used. So I used what's called a 2-degree network. And as I mentioned before, it's those not only recommendations, but the recommendations from the recommendations. I stored it as what is called a directional network. So I saw what videos were actually recommending what videos, because if it's unidirectional, we won't know that. And so this was composed of 15,000 videos in the end, and approximately 190,000 edges, or the interconnections between the videos. And so I collected all this data in October of 2016, and I used the tool Gephi, which some of you may have used in the past, to visualize the network and to observe what videos were actually recommending radical ISIS videos. I do have to say, with this number, this amount of data, Gephi was quite slow. So I did have to do a lot of optimization to be able to use this tool. But for those of you who are interested, you can look on YouTube, and if you type in Gephi into YouTube or Gephi tutorial, there are a lot of excellent videos that will be able to give you a complete tutorial into using this. In addition, YouTube data tools, if you do want to use it, is completely free. And Bernhard Reiter, who's a very generous academic, has produced a lot of documentation online. And there's also YouTube videos, I believe, for using those data tools, though I'm not 100% certain on that. So YouTube's algorithms remain for most of us what are called, roughly a black box. There's no way for us to exactly figure out what video YouTube is going to recommend. Indeed, famously, one of the core developers in YouTube said it's over 1 million lines of code for YouTube search and recommender system. So there's only so much we can figure out in terms of what a visual platform like YouTube is delivering to us. So ultimately, what my study is premised on is we can only reverse engineer, as we do not have access to YouTube's proprietary search data. Though I would love to get access to this sort of data for scholarly work, it's not something that's going to happen. So we don't know what percentage of users explicitly search for ISIS content versus accidental exposure. And I should also say, we have absolutely no idea how long they're watching these videos for. And that is really why I'm using a network-based approach to be able to map out what the network potentially consists of and what users may be exposed to. And in the article, I make this very clear in terms of limitations. That being said, I think there's still a tremendous amount that can be accomplished in terms of this sort of study. So here I give you an example. This was a search I actually did myself on my computer, though I did use a VPN and I used an encrypted browser. And within here, I searched for British jihadi taunts the West. I found this video. And then you can see several of the recommended videos, which I put a red box around, are official ISIS videos. So those were directly being recommended by YouTube when I was doing this network. So we can study what we see on the screen as a network. So another method I'm trying to put forward here is when you're working with visual platforms, whether it's TikTok, whether it's Instagram, whether it's YouTube or another platform, you can use networks to try to visualize what you're actually seeing in your own experience. So here, this illustration again is from Gephi, and this is of a video, a very famous ISIS video that journalists very much covered, called No Respite. And the black nodes represent official Al-Hayat ISIS videos, and the blue nodes do not. And the size of nodes is the number of views. So what I did is, because YouTube does tell you how many views a video has when you query its API, I'm able to then size the nodes, the circles, by how many views there are. And some of these videos are actually in Arabic, and I translated them using Google Translate API. So you can, through Python or another programming language, you can pass the number of whichever videos you want, and they're basically translated at that juncture. So in some sense, I use qualitative comparative analysis to study these videos. Again, it's very tough to take an ISIS video, give it to a machine learning system and say, what do you understand here, right? It is easier for the Instagram posts that I said, if you're trying to identify damage or another motif, which is why we were able to extend that method and combine it with machine learning. But it's very difficult to give a machine a radical ISIS video and for it to interpret it. So what I was trying to do with this method is I looked at official videos along with a random sample of videos so that I'm not just creating a bias towards radical content. And I looked at 11 attributes for all the videos, such as whether it was a news item and some other attributes, which I'll explain in a minute or so. So some of the aspects for those of you who are not familiar with QCA, which I think is a wonderful process to study things such as videos on YouTube, because we're not able to establish causality, because we're not able to exactly say, if you type this in, you absolutely get, this, because again, the algorithm is doing things that are black boxed. So QCA ultimately requires a lot of iterations, because what you're going through is using ultimately what is a partially computational approach, but you're qualitatively looking at those attributes over and over and over till something makes sense. So this is not a one-click process where you feed the data in and something comes out. So for those of you who have done something like topic modeling, which is computational and can generate topics, automatically, this is very different. So we need a human in the loop, which happened to be me, to find where the QCA algorithm actually makes sense. And I've provided the citation for QCA here for Reagan and Davey, 2009. So you can put that in Google or Google Scholar or whichever academic search engine you use to read the actual paper on the algorithm. And the software is absolutely free. So there's no cost for using it, and it works on a variety of platforms. So when you feed the data into QCA, you get something that looks like this, but you have to keep iterating it through so you can change the parameters and go through. Ultimately, what I found was this combination made the most sense to me. And again, because it's a partially qualitative method, you have that luxury to be able to iterate through. So I found what this means. So here you can look in the first column in terms of the coverage is that's a percentage value. So 0.3469 is the fact that the QCA algorithm is saying if a video had a radical keyword, which remember I coded these attributes, by hand, then 35% of the videos could be attributed basically to radical keyword. And newscast, organization, Arabic, and recent just constituted like 4%. But if we had a newscast, organization, English, and recent, it was 28.5%. So what the tilde means basically is when you're eliminating, something or including it. So there's basically some explanation that the QCA manual does in terms of the asterisks and the tildes. But ultimately, we can add all these together to get what is the solution coverage. So 70% of the time, this model that QCA is generating is able to explain why I'm seeing radical content on YouTube. So the single biggest attribute is if someone types in something like ISIS or jihad or some other radical term, they have a 1/3 chance within the data set to have gotten an ISIS video, which was quite a lot. Though over time, YouTube has put in a lot of work. So today it's extremely difficult to find this sort of content. So that was in a way an artifact of the time, but I think it was really important to establish that. So then why my approaches? And this is kind of my conclusion because I'm coming to time and I want to leave plenty of time for questions. So I think a lot of people either go through and conduct visual social media research as just qualitative or just quantitative, which there's absolutely nothing wrong with those sort of approaches. But in this keynote talk today, I really wanted to expose you to some accessible examples of mixed methods. So ones that integrate computational and qualitative and mixing that allow us to really collect and interpret very complex visual social media data. Oftentimes I find in my work and in my lab, whether it's working with students or other faculty and academic scholars, that we either have big data or small data approaches, and the two often do not connect synergistically. So this case study, such as YouTube, shows you I actually did human labeling myself, but I integrated this with Python coding and with large-scale data analysis. So small data methods can have real utility if they can also scale up, as the case study from YouTube and ISA shows, but also the case study from Instagram, where we had to initially code some data in order to understand the Instagram post. It's been an absolute pleasure speaking with you and being able to participate in your wonderful conference. I'll leave with this last slide, which shows you my book that was introduced. So if you do want to understand some of my larger methods around Twitter, you're welcome to look at that. You don't even have to necessarily purchase it. You can go on Google Books and there's a preview version, so you can look at some of it as well. And a lot of libraries have copies as well. Thank you so much for listening patiently. I absolutely appreciate it.
Thank you so much, sir, for the very powerful and extremely thought-provoking session that you have given us. You have given us a session filled with a lot of information that I'm sure will be beneficial for our future studies. Thank you, sir. Now I would like to call upon Mrs. Tara CB, Assistant Professor, Department of Media Studies, to host the question and answer session.
A very good morning to sir. I'm myself Tara Ravishankar from Department of Media Studies. I will be hosting this session, and may I share the first question?
Absolutely.
Here is a first question. Sir, you have said social media focuses more on text more than visual data. But don't you think Instagram, YouTube, and other such platforms are more of a visual-oriented platform?
Great question. So it looks like there was a bit of confusion in what I was saying. What I was trying to say is that social media scholars and the literature in terms of researchers focus more on text, not that social media is more text focused. So I apologize for the confusion. So what I was trying to say there is a lot of social media scholars often will collect data from Twitter and focus on the text because it's easier. But not that social media is not visual. You're absolutely right.
Let's move to the next question. Here's the next question. Social media for natural disaster governance have effectively demonstrated. How can studies in this front benefit managing future disasters? I think you can answer in the current perspective too.
Okay, yeah, so that's a great question. Absolutely great question. So it's a complicated one because it's very difficult to make decisions from social media in terms of disasters that are happening in the moment, which is why ultimately I've been working on machine learning methods to be able to take data from social media to actually help governments and other organizations be able to do things in terms of social media. Another thing is that the platforms themselves are trying to work on methods to be able to feed into governments during natural disasters. So Facebook, for example, has created tools where you can mark if you're safe during a disaster, and they have other facilities that then governments as well as the United Nations and other organizations can plug into their platform and be able to integrate in that way. But from my sense, I'm not necessarily tied to a particular platform. So I've been trying to develop tools that will scan Twitter or other platforms and then be able to assist governments through machine learned methods. But they're also looking at images. So I've been trying to create ways to use machine learning to look at images people are posting to see if they have things such as the categories I put before, such as buildings that have been damaged or anything else that's been damaged.
Professor, here's your next question. Isn't YouTube algorithm biased to the viewpoints of the people who created it? Some contents which are against their viewpoints are suppressed. How can we do a proper research when biasness is a factor?
Wonderful question. That's a really hard one. And I have to say, I absolutely think these are excellent questions. And yeah, you're 100% right. And a lot of work has been done, especially in critical algorithm studies and critical software studies, that those who design the algorithms introduce their own, biases into the system, whether that is that the software was designed by men or whether it was designed by people who are not representative of a particular caste, race, ethnicity, etc. So there's a tremendous amount of biases. There's also the bias that wasn't mentioned in your question, but that has been very much raised for those of you who are following the Facebook leaks, in the United States, and that have been covered globally with the Facebook whistleblower, which is social media platforms have many billions of dollars they can make and have the bias to circulate that sort of content. So in the case of Facebook, there was the revelations that they were circulating various misinformation and disinformation. The same was, definitely has been true with YouTube as well. So your second part of your question is a very difficult one. How do you research with trying to mitigate for some of these biases? I think that's an excellent question, but a very hard one. And the way I tend to do it in my research is through that human annotation, right? To be able to look through and to be able to label the data, but also to go on the platforms and see if my experience on the platforms actually is reflective of that. Sometimes you can even go into the platforms and use multiple accounts. So one methodology that's used in YouTube, particularly in the study of health, is to create fake user profiles, fictitious user profiles, where researchers have actually gone in and populated users and then tried to see if they were getting the same results to measure the bias. So sometimes you can actually create these sort of methods as researchers to try to detect the bias and then mitigate for that. So I hope that's helpful. That's one method. There's other methods as well that are more computational, but a lot of researchers will actually try to use different locations, different usernames, different IP addresses, et cetera, to try to mitigate for bias when they're conducting social media research.
So let's move to the next question. Here's the next question. Social media or visual social media like Instagram are creating false notions about or around body images, lifestyles, etc., which are influencing teenagers and preteens. How research studies can help to explore this?
Your questions just are so good. I'm really enjoying these questions and did not expect them. Excellent question. Again, this has really been covered by the news. It was also covered, in the Facebook leaks. I think it's fundamentally important, and I mentioned during the talk that I'm doing a study funded by the National Institutes of Health on YouTube and the use of electronic cigarettes, so vaping products. And one of the reasons I got into this sort of research was the fact that teens were being encouraged, very young, kids in the US as well as globally. For example, in Korea, there was a lot of cases I was looking at also. I thought it's really important for us to look at this because on Instagram, there was a lot of images being posted that were very much encouraging these young people to take up this form of smoking. So I found that problematic. In answer to your question of Instagram and body image, that has been studied a lot. So in my forthcoming book, I'm writing a book right now on social media updating. I actually look at cases of celebrities, including Bollywood celebrities. And as you all know, there's a lot of image-oriented, body-focused Instagramming by Bollywood celebrities that has an effect on young people. So my answer to your question is very simple, ultimately, which is if you go in and actually conduct these studies, whether it's talking with teens and doing that sort of analysis, or if you're doing approaches such as the sort of methods I talked about, where you're going and taking Instagram posts, and then you are looking and examining them, I think it has an absolutely huge ability to affect change, not only in informing people in the world more broadly, but also government policy, whether that's at the local level, the state level, the international level, whatever. But it takes academics to have to go out and document this empirically, otherwise no one will listen. So I completely think your question is excellent, but we have to do this sort of research to actually quantify how teens are feeling and the sort of content they're being exposed to. So you can do things such as searching for those sort of hashtags, within Instagram and documenting the sort of content that people are doing. Another thing I really recommend in cases like this is looking at the comments. So if you look at comments, which in something like, Instagram or even TikTok are public, you're able to then see how people are feeling and how it may affect their mental health or, negative body image.
I think my participants are really encouraged with your answers. We are moving to the next question here. Celebrities and social media influencers use Instagrams and TikToks to endorse brands. These paid advertisings are emerging as a new ways for brands. Is this a global trend?
Yeah, so wonderful question again. You're keeping up the great questions, and I'm absolutely pleased. This is not only a global trend. As a sociologist, I can speak to this. It's very much part of, and again, what my book talks about, my new book, in that if the sort of billions of dollars were not guiding these platforms, we would be engaging with social media in very different ways. So ultimately, I'll give it a very simple sociological answer. Pretty much everything the platforms are trying to get us to do is around advertising and making money. They're not charitable organizations. So at the end of the day, we are engaging in consumer practices. So as a sociologist, I can very clearly say, when you go on social media, you are engaging in consumption. It may not feel like it because you're not opening your wallet, and putting 100 rupee note out. But you are ultimately, metaphorically, the rupees are flowing, or the dollars or the euros, or however, when you do this. So the paid advertising is not only a global trend, it is the foundation for what is driving these businesses. So not only will we see more and more forms of paid advertising because it makes the platforms more, but we'll also see algorithms that are guiding us towards that, as well as popping up influencers and viral stars, because that's also what makes money. So you mentioned TikTok in the question, and if a TikToker becomes well-known, the algorithm is just going to make them more well-known.
So we move to the next question. The gaming platform like Roblox have millions of young people joining together and communicating. Are these part of social media?
I keep saying I like these questions, and I have to keep saying I like these questions. So one of my other aspects of social media research is to push the definition of social media. So this is a wonderful question for me to get, because I've done a lot of work. And again, if you're interested in reading this, whoever posted this question, do go to my Google Scholar page or my homepage, which is just dheerajmurthy.com. And inside of there, you'll see a publications tab. And I can put that, I'll put that in the chat right now, so everyone has it, dheerajmurthy.com about. And then you'll see in their publications, and I've done a lot of work on a platform called Venmo, which you likely will not have heard about because it's a US payments platform that's owned by PayPal, which you probably have heard of. So Venmo actually is tried to make payments fun. So the idea is you can post emoji, you can have comments and these other things when you're paying someone. So let's say, you were to, I'll just use food I really like. Let's say you went out for some dosa and idli sambar, and so a friend paid for it. You could then pay them via Venmo, but you could put a heart and, you could say heart, dosa, thumbs up or whatever within your thing. So when I started studying this, I thought this is a social media. And tons of people told me, no, it's a payment platform. It's like a wallet. And I said, no, it's a social media because you can friend people, you can follow people, you can post these comments. And everyone said, but it's just payments. But I've done years of research on this and argued it's social media. So something like a gaming platform can potentially become a social media, whether it's a Roblox or something else. It will be your decision as students and scholars to make that argument. So I'm not going to answer saying yes or no. I'm going to leave it in a more complicated way, saying that you should make the arguments of whether it is or it isn't, by using the definitions around social media, like I've said. Do you have systems such as friends and following? Do you have commenting? Do you have liking? Do you have views? Do you have other things? And then you can go ahead and make your own conclusions. But I think definitely push the boundary in terms of what social media is, because it's becoming more and more prevalent in our lives.
Professor, actually, you're putting so many arguments before us. Anyway, we are moving to the next question. Posting deep fake images or doctorated videos are often escalating religious hatred on social media. What are the effective ways to counter that with machine learning?
Okay, yeah, so great question. And absolutely, fake images and doctored videos are hugely problematic. Deep fakes can be tremendously traumatic. They are intended in some cases to just be, funny. In some sense, you can take a Bollywood song sequence and then put someone's head on there, and people think it's funny, and they put it on social media. But it can also have very huge consequences for misinformation and disinformation, which I'm looking at. I, for example, have seen in the case of Corona that people have done deep fakes and tried to put forward anti-vaccination campaigns and other things. Machine learning can be used to identify deep fakes quite effectively, actually, because you're able to take video stills and then have a signature in terms of the content. And same with images as well. So you have, if you think about it like your own virtual backgrounds, you have a certain amount of visual content there that a machine can come and check, and then check if it's the same. So if you constantly are seeing videos that have, let's say, 95% the same, but 5% different, it's likely that head is being stuck on, right? So you have Donald Trump's head being put on, or Joe Biden, or Modi, or whoever being put on in a video. So I think machine learning is an excellent tool in that case. Okay,
this is the next question. Climate activism of adolescents are being effectively driven in social media platforms. So how will this influence global aspirations for sustainable development goals? How can researchers study social media in this context?
Wonderful to hear this question, especially with the COP environmental conference that just took place. So it's a very timely question, and thank you for it. I'm currently also working on some environmental related social media. I work on too many projects related to social media, but I have put in a grant application that is around climate change. So that's a perfect question. I think this is something that is immensely important to be working on right now, given the too few number of years that climate scientists are saying that we have left in terms of the Earth if we don't turn things around. I think there's a lot of ways to study social media for climate activism. Some of the ways I think that are probably the most popular are looking at Twitter, which I think remains a very important platform for looking at climate activism because of the hashtag organization on the platform, and that climate activists from Greta Thunberg to less well-known individuals that are leading, local efforts are on Twitter and tweeting about things. So I think it's a really effective way to figure out what's happening, and also to spread messages and to understand what messages are taking place. I think YouTube remains fundamentally important in that way as well. Both platforms and Facebook as well. All these platforms also carry a lot of misinformation and disinformation related to climate change. So I think it's also important to have an eye to looking at those sort of narratives that are taking place on the platform as well, which can be harder to identify. And that can also take place visually. So that's very much related to my talk. If you have a YouTube video that's saying we don't have a climate problem, and then you have people commenting activists, for example, that can be a really effective way to study it, right? To see if people are engaging with the content and actually engaging in activism, potentially even in comments. So I guess my answer is a very vague one in some ways, but it's that I think all the platforms offer possibilities to do climate related research. And I really encourage you to think critically about ways you can do that, to not just look at the videos or images or posts, but to also look at the content in terms of contents and comments and engagement.
Professor, here's your next question. How can blockchain help in social media to have a decentralized platform independent of censorship and controls? This blockchain.
Yeah, so slightly away from my talk, but very interesting. Yeah, I mean, blockchain definitely is going to not have as many controls, which is why, for example, countries don't like cryptocurrency because it's outside of government control. So on the one hand, you know, journalists have been quite interested in technologies such as blockchain because it can ensure a high level of privacy. I want to also connect this in a strange way to the last question, which was around climate. And that's basically that blockchain is also really environmentally unfriendly. So I do have to flag that up. Anything that is cryptographic and constantly going through and decentralized is also going to be environmentally quite terrible. I know that's not answering the question, but it's an interesting aside. I think that had to be stated. I do think blockchain is very fascinating. It is also because it offers the possibility, I think, in countries where you have a high level of government censorship to also be able to evade that level of control. So I think it's one which is really tough to answer how exactly it's being used, because I think there's still a lot of research that has to be done in terms of not just privacy, but the ways in which it can be implemented in everything from money to political organizations. So that's just a partial answer, but hopefully it's a somewhat of a good answer to the question.
Yes, your next question. Avatar merchandise looks to be a new revenue stream, and Nike announces visual fashion for avatars. Where you see this trend evolving?
Yeah, it's I think one that connects also with sort of questions about gaming and questions largely, you know, around broader trends in social media. So I think this also connects the question around, you know, paid advertising and promotion as well, that a lot of these platforms are just going to try to make as much money as possible ultimately. So again, I'll just offer that sociological question here. So not just companies like Nike, but other companies are going to be doing things like this, I think, more and more in the sense that they can leverage them for marketing opportunities. Another thing to also think about is the level of personalization and customization that may also exist. So you yourself could be customizing your own products potentially. So there's even companies, particularly in the United States, that are allowing you to make your own avatar and then potentially that to be put into a product. So I do know there's been companies, for example, that have allowed you to customize shoes, for example, in that way. So you could have your own avatar go that way. I don't know if like a big shoe company like Nike will go that way, but we'll have to see. But I do think there's going to be more and more sort of trends like this for sure.
So here's the next question. Instagram data scraping is becoming increasingly challenging for and even barred. There's no way around for academics but to study the trends on the platform. What method do you suggest as an alternative?
Great question. And you're absolutely right that scraping is not only becoming challenging, but you're going to get barred generally, as you say, because if you do automation, particularly from the same IP address, you will get blocked. and that's just going to happen. So your developer key is going to get barred. I can tell you what I've done. So there's another, so if you go to my website there, that's in the chat box, you'll see a paper that is about heat not burn cigarettes. So I have a lot of research that's on electronic cigarettes. And what that project does is look at heat not burn cigarettes on Instagram. And we manually extracted all those images to avoid automatic scraping. And that was a lot of images. If my memory serves me correctly, it was many thousands. So what we did in that case is we used just keystrokes on the keyboard to screenshot every single Instagram post we were studying. And then students, my graduate student at the time, who's the lead author on the paper, basically cropped each of those images and then annotated it into the system. That's really laborious, but it's a system that avoided scraping methods. So that works. You can always take screenshots and save them and create, a spreadsheet on Excel and annotate it. I would have to say, other than that, what some researchers do is they slow down the number of queries so that you do it to not be blocked. But again, you have to be cognizant of the terms and service of the platform to make sure that you're not violating the terms of service, and that even if you don't get barred, that you're doing your research ethically. And again, that's going to vary from country context in a lot of ways.
I think with your energizing answers, more and more questions are coming up. Here's your next question. The most dangerous people are not the ones with access to nuclear codes, but the ones who write the codes that governs the algorithms of the most popular social media apps. Do you agree with that?
Oh, wow. Again, that's a very fascinating question. It's one that almost, I think of the work of Tarleton Gillespie, if you haven't come across his work, who's at Microsoft Research, would be a great person's work to look at this. But I definitely can speak in terms of accountability in code, as I was talking about before. I do think that developers have a tremendous amount of responsibility. That's something we're teaching more and more to our students. I can say, at UT Austin, that you are not just, a coder, but actually you're giving life to algorithms that can potentially have a lot of impact on people. Another area I specialize, so I won't necessarily call this nuclear, but I study a lot in terms of racism and algorithms being racist. And in the case of, YouTube and ISIS, I was obviously making arguments of whether the algorithm and the platforms were responsible for circulating terrorist content. So if we take an algorithm being potentially racist, which there's quite a few scholars have written about that, not just myself, or in the case of public health, as I was talking about with electronic cigarettes, where algorithms potentially could be exposing people to, young people to electronic cigarettes or other harmful behaviors. Or if we look in the case of the COVID-19 pandemic, if we have misinformation on potential cures or not taking vaccines or other things, these can have real effects, on populations. So I would say that I'll extend your question even one step further, in the sense that not only do those who write code have tremendous responsibility to, if you will, the children they are giving birth to, the code and the algorithms, but I also want to say the platforms themselves are also accountable, because remember, these developers are not just working, independently in their own little world. In some sense they are, because sometimes they're supervisors and others won't know, but ultimately it's the social media platforms that are, employing these developers and that are putting the money in, and that are also, as we see from the Facebook leaks that I've mentioned, right, that they have financial incentives for code to be written in particular ways, as we saw with the Facebook leaks, that it made Facebook money to have the algorithms prioritizing certain types of content, right? Polarizing content, for example, that encouraged people in the US to consume more and more right-wing content had particular financial incentives for creating those echo chambers. So I do want to also not place all the blame on developers, but make sure that the platforms as a whole are also held accountable. So to really have a critical, holistic approach there.
So here's your next question. This is on Facebook. Facebook feeds content to users and how users gain control of what content they need rather than Facebook deciding this.
Wow, you're asking another $1 million question. And again, you know, in light of the Facebook leaks, and thank you for your question, given I was just talking about Facebook, I tell my students this in a data privacy class that I teach. When you go on social media, you're making a deal with the social media company. So I asked them during an early class, if you had to pay, and obviously this is in the US context, and you know, I would ask them, if you had to pay for, you know, Facebook or TikTok or another platform, one, would you use it? Or two, how much would you be willing to pay if then you were able to have control of what you were seeing? And most of my students still say, we don't want to pay. We would rather have Facebook give us some of the stuff that they want us to see, or YouTube to give us this stuff. And we are responsible consumers ultimately. Granted, these are educated college students. But we all ultimately are going to be affected by those content. So in a way, your question is great, but even the most educated social media users are going to have a real tough time navigating these platforms without them introducing, without the algorithms learning about them. That's the whole point about personalization. That's why Amazon is so good at knowing what you want to buy before you even buy it. It's the same thing with Facebook, with Instagram, with anyone else. It's their business to try to simulate your mind because it's going to make them more money at the end of the day, right? So I think it's in a way, it's really tough. You're trying to subvert all the money that is powering those algorithms. It's possible, obviously, but it's one that I joke with my students, that I'll go into Amazon and punch in things I don't want to buy, or go into YouTube and put videos I really don't want to watch, just to mess with the algorithms a bit. But I think ultimately, at the end of the day, they still know me. I'm never going to win. Maybe not that it's a pessimistic conclusion, but I think there's some truth to that.
We are moving to the next question, Professor. This is the next question. The Filter Bubble Transparency Act, that would require companies to alert users that the companies use algorithms that rely on personal data. Is this going to benefit?
Great question. And again, as I mentioned, I teach a data privacy class that is very much centered around social media. I 100% agree that these sort of efforts around transparency are tremendously important. I think here around the European regulations that came into effect, in terms of the GDPR, for those of you who are not familiar with that, it's a great thing to look at. So the GDPR is the European Union's data privacy regulations. And then in the US, California then came up with privacy regulations that were very much modeled after the GDPR. And a lot of other efforts are being made to do these. And what happens is anytime a large jurisdiction places these sort of requirements on a platform to do business, it tends to have knock-on effects throughout the world in terms of platforms having to conform. You know, there's cases such as Google, for example, with GDPR rulings, then had to, if you wanted to get something deleted from Google, could submit a form saying, for my privacy, I would like this page that has content about me removed, and then it would get moderated by Google. So I do think these sort of efforts have real effects in terms of data privacy, and they do matter a lot. And we should be really trying to encourage these sort of things and our legislators to make interventions to protect our data privacy.
So here's your next question. Like climatic communication, can youth be mobilized to have good governance and constructive political engagement? How can social media contribute to this?
Yeah, so I think in some ways this is similar to the question I had before, around climate activism. So I think it's definitely one where activists can use a variety of platforms, I think, to be highly effective in terms of accomplishing climate change goals. And I think in the context of my talk, in terms of visual social media, and I can see that Mark has entered and will be able to share things from a network perspective. I'm assuming that's what Mark is going to be speaking about, given what Mark does. But I think if you use the sort of network methods I was talking about when I was looking at the ISIS and YouTube piece, we can identify clusters of users in climate activist modes, and try to be able to look at the ways in which those discussions could be connected to not only larger networks that have voice. So what the argument I'm trying to make here is there may be activists in one part of the network that aren't being heard, but then there's people who really can amplify those views that really could help. And this is a lot of work I've done, even in disasters, that shows that influencers and very vocal people can be able to spread that sort of communication. I know it's not exactly what you asked in the question, but because I had answered a question that was fairly similar, I just thought I would tack this on. That another thing, because there seems to be an interest in climate change, is trying to get voices across. And what I find in a lot of my climate change oriented work is there are a lot of minority voices that aren't being listened to. So some of the research I'm trying to do is trying to look at those voices and then get their content and perspectives over to people who can potentially amplify within the network, whether those are influencers or some sort of broadcasters within the network.
Thank you so much, Mr. Niraj Murthy, because you have so much patience in answering all these questions. And that was a wonderful, informative session for us. And thank you all from behalf of Christ Nagar College.
Well, it's my absolute pleasure. Thank you for having me, and have a wonderful rest of conference.
Thank you, Professor Dheeraj. I think you are tired of questions, and there are a lot of questions. There are a lot of questions today, and I'm so happy our participants are actively participating and asking their doubts and clearing all those doubts and getting more informations regarding all these things. And it is, indeed, I'm very grateful to you for being here.
It's my absolute pleasure. I hope to visit you in person at some time in the future during my next trip, to India. And I will keep in touch with all of you. And I would love to come to Kerala at some point. It's been too many years because I'm from Bangalore, so I tend to go to Bangalore. But to have an opportunity to come to Kerala is always a wonderful thing.
Hearty welcome to Christ Nagar College.
Please, please. I look forward to seeing you outside of Zoom sometime in the future.
Yeah,
Thank you for this opportunity, and I look forward to seeing you someday in person.
Yeah, thank you.
Namaste. Thank you so much. Bye.
Thank you
so much, sir, for taking out your valuable time and answering our queries. And thank you so much, Tara ma'am, for being an amazing host. And with that, we are wrapping up the first session for the day. I hope you all have taken away a lot of content, a lot of information that was shared by Professor Dheeraj Murthy. So, and I hope you all are actually really excited for the very eventful and informative sessions that we have planned ahead. So with that, I'm handing over the next session to Ram Gopal, first year student, Department of Media Studies, Christ Nagar College. Thank you so much.
With the rise in social media, life has never been easier. Everything you want to know, to do, and even to say can be done with the touch of a button. We could clearly say that life has shrunk down to a 6-inch screen. The rise in social media has led to the rise of social networking too. The same people who used to go out and make friends now can do the same with that 6-inch screen I mentioned before. How the world has changed, am I right? Good morning, esteemed guests, faculty of Christ Nagar College, Kerala, India, and audience from all around the globe. My name is Ram Gopal Harikrishnan. I'm a second-year student in the Department of Media Studies from Nagar College itself. And welcome to the second day of Impetus 2021, the 3-day online international conference on social media and developing societies, emerging trends, platforms, impact, and digital citizenship, organized by the Department of Media Studies and IQAC, Nagar College, Kerala. And I will be your host for this session. Now, we all know the previous session was really great, right? Well, we have even more amazing speakers who will be sharing their vast knowledge and insights with us. And not only that, we'll have a question and answer session too, right after the expert session. So make sure to ask all your questions using the link which will be given in the chat box below. So to introduce our next guest speaker, I would like to invite Manju Rose Matthews, Head of the Department of Media Studies, Nagar College, India. Ma'am, the stage is all yours.
Thank you, Ram Gopal. Let me introduce Dr. Mark A. Smith. He's the Director of Social Media Research Foundation. He is a sociologist specializing in the social organization of online communities and computer-mediated interaction. Dr. Smith leads the Connected Action Consulting Groups and lives and works in Silicon Valley, California. Connected Action applies social science methods in general and social network analysis techniques in particular to enterprise and social media usage. He is the co-editor with Peter Collock of Communities in Cyberspace, published by Routledge, a collection of essays exploring the ways identity, interaction, and social order development in online groups. Dr. Smith received a BS in International Area Studies from Drexel University in Philadelphia in 1980, from Cambridge University in 1990, and a PhD in sociology from UCLA in 2001. He is an affiliate faculty at the Department of Sociology at the University of Washington and College of Information Studies at the University of Maryland. Dr. Smith is a distinguished visiting scholar at the Stanford University MediaX program. Dr. Mark Smith's session is very relevant for conducting research. He will speak about social media network analysis and Nordics. Participants can key in the questions in the Mentimeter link shared in the chat box. Moderators shall pick the questions and ask in the Q&A session. Welcome, Dr. Mark Smith.
Unmute. Okay, there we go. I hope you can hear me. Is that okay? And can you see my screen now?
Yes, yes.
Very good. Well, let's see. Hi, I'm a sociologist. I'm in California. And my interest is in the social organization of social media, of networks, social networks, and social media networks. And I work with an organization, the Social Media Research Foundation. Let me go grab their website right here at smrfoundation.org. And I hope you'll come and look at some of the materials here. It could be useful if you're teaching with networks. There are a lot of teaching materials here. There are a number of people who have gathered through the Social Media Research Foundation, and their efforts have been to create a tool, NodeXL. NodeXL is a plugin for Excel. And when you use NodeXL, it expands on the abilities of the familiar Excel spreadsheet. We are probably all familiar with Excel. But when we use NodeXL, what happens in Excel is that a new menu appears and the new abilities to collect and analyze network data are provided. And so what I'll talk to you about today, I hope will be of interest, because it's all about reaching into platforms like Twitter or YouTube or Flickr or wikis, or for that matter, your own collections of email or web discussion boards, these are all forms of social media, and they are all forms of computer-mediated collective action. And collective action, of course, is a core concern of sociology. It's how do two or more people get anything done? And our question at the Social Media Research Foundation is really to ask the question about collective action. In what ways does collective action change when it is mediated by computation? So you could argue that another way of saying the word social media is to call it computer-mediated collective action. And indeed, one of the questions we'll ask is just how social is social media? And it may turn out that by many sociological standards, social media is not very social at all. Which isn't to say that it isn't a media, a digital media, and perhaps a broadcast media. But as we can see in these structures, only a very few number of people actually play prominent roles of leadership in which they become influential. And so it is often said that social media made a promise to its users, and it made one promise, but the users heard two. And the first promise is true: in social media, all may speak. But often I feel people heard a second promise, and that is all may be heard. And that's just not true. It is true that anybody can tweet, but as diagrams that I'll show you, like this one, will illustrate, very, very few people actually get heard and can have their messages rise above the floor of noise, the babble of messages that come across every day. And so what we are interested in doing is providing a set of tools for understanding social media. And that tool is NodeXL, and NodeXL adds into Excel, and it enables a user to click on a bunch of buttons to perform a series of operations: the collection of data, the analysis of that data, the visualization of that data, and the reporting on that data. We like to say there are 5 things that NodeXL will do: collect, store, analyze, visualize, and report. 5 things. It has turned out, however, that people want 7 things. So the first 5 things they still want: collect the data, store the data, analyze the data, visualize the data, report on the data, but it's not enough. They want 2 more. What are the 2 more things? Discovery and presentation. They want to find their story and show it to others. I will show you both pieces, NodeXL and the new NodeXL Pro Insights, and this Insights feature is the added 2 steps: discovery and presentation. And so our goal is to provide, these are the 5 steps. We're going to move data through a series of operations. We have to connect to, let's say, YouTube, or to Twitter, or to wikis. We have to get the data. But we also have to calculate, well, we have to then see that the data can actually be expressed as edges, as links, ties, connections, rather than exclusively as just messages. It is messages, but embedded in the messages is encoded a series of connections. And so what we are trying to make possible is access to the platforms in an analytically robust way for non-programmers. So quick show of hands, if you want to use the little hand feature. How many of you are software developers? Any software developers? Looking for software developers? If you are a software developer, you know, call me. they're hard to find. But yeah, if you are a software developer, definitely email me, Mark, MRC at smrfoundation.org. But there are not that many. And so what we want to do is enable our users to do relatively complex data pipeline operations: collect, analyze, visualize, and so on, but to do that without having to master Python or R or JavaScript or something of that sort. Not telling you not to. If you can, good for you. But many of my colleagues in sociology or in information science or in communication studies, political science, anthropology, education, these are just a few disciplines that NodeXL is widely used in, and those people have not had a tradition of mastering a software development language. So what we are really all about is giving people this analytic dashboard, first in Excel, and then soon, as I'll show you, building on the next generation of data analysis tools from Microsoft. We built the first generation on Excel. Many of you may already be familiar with what's after Excel, and that is this thing called Power BI, the Power Business Intelligence platform from Microsoft. And so we have built NodeXL on Excel, but now the whole next generation of NodeXL is to explore what can be done in these interactive environments using Power BI. So here we are still back on the desktop and still in Excel, and these are features that are enabling content analysis mixed with network analysis. And we do ship with a default set of language, of vocabulary terms in American English, but you are certainly welcome to delete these words and replace them with Anglo or Indian Anglo English. I think you use the OUR at the end of the words, but we just use OR, that kind of thing. So that's a very customizable thing. And we'd end up generating these analyses of collections of connections. We create these pictures that are representations of virtual crowds. They are the population as if seen from above, as if it was in a ballroom or a conference hall. And what we are seeing is self-organization. We're using algorithmic analysis to identify structures in the self-organization, but we, the analysts, are not placing people into these positions. They are placing themselves there. And so a picture like this is a representation of a collection of people who tweet. In this case, it's Twitter. There are other sources, YouTube, wikis, Flickr, you know, there's a lot of other platforms out there, email lists. But often, whenever somebody can reply to somebody, if somebody can like someone, favorite them, follow them, friend them, rate them, review them, and so on, what they're doing is creating these little fine lines. One way of imagining them, the lines don't actually exist, but they're virtually, these are these little threads that connect people. That's the act of I replied to you, I mentioned you. And it turns out that not everybody gets replied to. Not everybody gets mentioned. In fact, very few. How few? Almost none. Like statistically, less than 1%. So 93% of all tweets never get a reply. And then how many replies do the tweets that get replies get? 1. So the average number of replies that a tweet that gets a reply gets is 1.1. So how many replies does a tweet get? Not many. So what about these tweets that get all these replies? They're rare. And the people who get them are rarer still. And so in social science, we are sometimes looking at data patterns. And one of the patterns we often see is this normal curve, the bell curve, the Gaussian. And I guess I'm here to say, as a social scientist, there is nothing normal about the normal curve, at least not in sociology. The curve that is our normal curve is actually not normal at all. It's the power law curve, which is to say, I'm making the power law curve hand gesture here. That's the shape of the power law curve. Most people have very little, a few people have a lot. This is the shape of the power law curve. This is the shape of things like human height. This is the shape of human wealth, right? Most people are very poor. There's 300,000 multimillionaires. That's it. There's what, 5 billion of us, 9 billion of us, but there's 300,000 billionaires. You go figure. So it's this shape, not this shape. Okay, what does that mean in terms of this data? It means that when we look at the data, we are seeing the rarest people. Very rare. How rare? Less than 1%. Often 0.1% of the population are the people at the center of these wagon wheel structures, these circles. What are those structures? Well, that's some one account in the middle, and a whole bunch of people are retweeting them. They're all pointing at that person. So that's a rare thing, because the average person is a person like this person, 0 connections, or this person, 1 connection. That's the average. How many connections does a person usually have? 1. How many connections does a person who's influential have? Hundreds. Power law distribution. And so only a few people really have influence. And most of social media is not very social. It's much more like broadcast media. And how do we know? Well, the people who reply to the hub don't talk to each other. So this is a lot like going to, at least in the United States before COVID, when you would go to the movies and you sit down next to somebody, you have absolutely no interest in talking to that person. You don't, it's like, I don't want to talk to that person. Just because we're here to look at the same movie does not mean that we are friends. And that's what we see in Twitter. Just because we retweeted the same person does not mean that I want to talk to you. And in fact, statistically, empirically, they don't. So these are audiences, not communities. So just how social is social media? Not very social. How much community was in online community? Not much. Now, caveat, 0? No, not 0, just very little. And therefore, when it's found, precious and rare. But why would we name a thing social media, presuming that it would all be social? Well, because in America, we always name things for the thing we want you to think it will be rather than the thing it is. So what do we have here? Really, digital media, not necessarily social media. Now, yes, it's made out of humans, but is it really egalitarian? No. Is it democratic? No. It's a highly skewed, hit-driven, sort of like pop music. Very, very few hits, very, very few artists get those hits, and that's it. The rest of us are fans. Now, does that make it bad? No. It reveals what it is, and that's good, because science, you know, objectivity and data, that kind of thing. And so what it can let us do is start to look at different patterns. Let me take you to the different patterns part. Different patterns, like if we look at the NodeXL graph gallery, and you can do so by visiting us at nodexlgraphgallery.org, what you'll see is a kind of Instagram for graphs, a collection of little graph tiles. And I think I heard in the prior speaker some interest in talking about what's it like when people talk about climate change online. And so here we have a map of the word COP26 actively going on right this second. If we click on it, we get this map, and it is a representation of a collection of people. How many people? Well, 20,000. 20,000 people. And this is about an hour of tweet content. So COP26, it's a big topic right now. And so 20,000 people generated tens of thousands of messages. And what we are seeing is the collective overview of that structure. And one of the points I'd like to underscore is, isn't it nice that we don't have to read all the tweets? Because we can't. This is an hour, 1 hour. So I have a little mental exercise. If we are the data collection and analysis instrument without augmentation, let me just ask a couple of quick questions. How many tweets can you read in a minute? I'm going to give you 10. Okay, just give you, that's 600 an hour, by the way. How many hours can you spend? 2 or 3 or 4 maybe a day. So how many tweets can you read in a day? 2 to 3, maybe 4,000 tweets if you're really pushing it. How many tweets were generated in 1 hour? 25,000, I think. Let me go down here and check how many tweets. Total tweets. So 4,000 tweets with 13,000 retweets. So something on the order of 20,000 tweets, and you can read 3,000 or 4,000 in a day, and you're an analyst and you would like to say something meaningful about this phenomena. And I'm just thinking that humans aren't up to the task, not alone, not by themselves. No more than we can like dig tunnels out of rock without machines. This is a pile of data. And so instead we think NodeXL can consume this and reveal there's actually not just 20,000 messages here or 20,000 people, there are clusters of people. And there are certain people who are at the center of the clusters in those discussions. And those discussions have words and hashtags associated with them, which you can see at the top of the boxes. And so could we essentially squeeze this orange? Could we get the espresso shot from this coffee? Can we get the essence from 20,000 people's interactions through machine augmentation, and then return to the initial task as human analysts, which is telling the story? But what's the story? A select group of people led a discussion about varieties of topics. And by looking at this report, here are the 10 most important people. Here are a collection of hashtags that are very, very frequently used with it. This is a blob of text that says, when did this data start? And when did it end? And how long was the duration? And how did we lay it out? And this is the summary statistics that say it was this many people doing this many things for this period of time. And then we'll show you that, yes, these are the 10 most important people. And then these are the 10 URLs most frequently used, and so on down the line, so that you don't have to. And here's our little table of contents. It's all about URLs and domains, hashtags, words, and word pairs in an effort to squeeze the orange, give you that little shot glass so that you can then do this for more than one topic. Perhaps as an analyst, you have 3 or 4 hours of analytic consumptive time in a day. If you do it through this, that gives you 7 league boots. Suddenly you have an augmented capacity to see this data. And for example, here is the other view of this. This is the view of the data now in the format that we were calling NodeXL Pro Insights. And so let me see if I can get this to come back up. I'll refresh this thing. Here we go. So what we've done of late is to take this NodeXL workbook. It's an Excel workbook. It has a lot of worksheets. It's got all of the data about all of your connections in, maybe it's Twitter, maybe it's YouTube. It could be a lot of things. But what we found is that when we give people these workbooks, the depth of Excel mastery isn't as deep for a lot of users as it would be nice for it to be. And a lot of people don't have the time to suddenly master Excel and VLOOKUPs and pivot tables and that kind of thing. And so if you think about this as essentially a giant power pivot of everything against everything, if that phrase power pivot makes sense to you, well, that's what this is. This is essentially a way, and well, 2 things are going on. There is this power pivot thing going on, but there's an additional issue, and that is it's very web friendly all of a sudden. And so let me go walk over to the chat and share a couple of links with you all. So here's the link to this document. And while I'm here, I'm going to share the link to SMR Foundation. So let me get that in there too. And then I'll also share the link to the NodeXL Graph Gallery right there. And that's the COP26 map. And then you can climb to the top of that site and you'll see all the other data sets that are there. And part of the role of the Graph Gallery is to act as this focal point, as a community of practice, so that lots of people can put their data sets there. And that would let us, and it has let us, start to make statements about the variety of these things. How many different kinds of social media network data structures are there? And I guess that is most clearly expressed in this article, which I'll also share with you. That was at Pew Internet, a research group in the United States, in which a summary of the NodeXL maps was presented. And in many ways, this image, figure 3 at the bottom of that article, is in many ways the summary of that article. It kind of illustrates the idea that they come in different shapes and you can identify these shapes. And perhaps after seeing this image, if we go back here, some of those shapes start to make a little bit more sense and allow you to say things like which kind of, for a given hashtag, what kind of hashtag is it? And given two hashtags, are they the same or different? These kinds of observations seem important to us. And when we use the Power BI platform to achieve this, we gain all sorts of new powers, like the ability to plot everything on a map. That's awfully attractive. To be able to zoom in on the map into certain areas and to explore the ways in which opinion on a topic might vary geographically. So there you go. It's almost there. There we go. There's the map, and this is a zoomable map, and it's a Bing map. So we can drill down and see how many people are talking about COP26 in your neighborhood, and it's a little sluggish, I think, with Zoom running at the same time. But we would zoom into that and eventually be able to see who is in your neighborhood who's actually tweeting about COP26. So the goal here, as I mentioned, is to add this notion of discovery and then presentation to make it possible for, well, nobody down in your neck of the woods, but somewhere, I guess that might be Bengaluru, there you go, and then this Chennai, yes, okay. So we can get a sense of where are the COP26 tweets in that hour from India. We can also look at who are the people who are the most influential people in the COP26 discussion. And we're going to do this exploration of influence using network methods rather than, let's say, content analytic methods. We're not going to say, how many times did you say a magic word, but rather, really the more important thing is how many times did other people say your name? And how many times do you say other people's names? And so in a second, we should see the pattern, the scattergram of all the people in the population in terms of how often do they say others' names and how often do others say their names. And so in the interest of time, though, I think we've just come to the top of the hour, and I think there may be some time and interest in questions. So let me just see if that's the case and see if we could pause and address any questions you may have so far. They could go into the chat, but okay. Right. Well, then I'm going to move on then. So another link to share is a way of visualizing these data sets in 3D. And this I find attractive. It's not a fully fleshed interface yet, but it does give, I think, some improved intuition into these structures, social structures of social media. And indeed, the great opportunity of computer-mediated collective action is that this otherwise invisible process of people doing things with people becomes very visible. We like to say that network theory really is driven by answering 5 questions, and that is who did what, with whom, when, and where, and sometimes why. you can bring metadata. So who did what with whom, when, and where is really a critical thing. And so what we are looking at is a kind of, let's see, where did my slides go? There they are. We're looking for a way to convert individual messages into a collection of structures. And I think this might be a good place for us to dwell for a moment. Here's an example of how we can go from a particular tweet to a collection of edges. An edge is a connection. And so this row here is one edge. This tweet written by the NodeXL account. NodeXL is brought to you by the SMR Foundation. This account mentions this other account and creates an edge, a line, a connection. But if we now extend this, we can see that by adding more tweets from different people, one row or two or three at a time, what we're seeing is the development of a structure. It is a collection of messages, but that collection of messages can be decomposed into a collection of connections. And not just a collection of connections, a collection of annotated connections. There are words hanging out of these connections. And sometimes not just words, often there are pictures or videos or audio files or other digital objects. And so we are seeing that social media is this web-like structure of filaments with attributes, often content, often text, and that this can then be analyzed. And it reveals some very important things. It reveals the ways in which different ways of talking about, let's say, a business vary. If you use the @ sign, you really focus in on the people saying the name of the person. Use the hashtag, that goes away. The large square structures here are a representation of the number of people who did not say anybody's name and who no one said their name either. So no one says your name and you didn't say their name. Who are you? We would call that person an isolate. And these isolate structures are very important because the bigger these isolate structures in some of these maps, it tells us something about the brand awareness of a topic. And so what we are looking to do is provide people with the ability to essentially take a snapshot, use it like a picture, take a picture of social media, and be in a position to actually present that picture to someone else in an effort to tell a story. And so, for example, we have built a page over here. Let me take you down. I'll note down at the center of the page, and because you can load this as well, I hope some of you have loaded this page. If you click on this number of something here, you get a table of contents, and I'm going to jump to a page called Compare To. And Compare To starts with mirror images. They're identical. They're identical. They're just the same. But what it encourages you to do is to say over here, how, in what way would group 1 be compared to group 2? And so just by clicking, and then I use the control key to click in the second place, what we should see soon, I see something saying low system resources, so this may take a second, but what we soon will see is group 1 compared simultaneously against group 2, juxtaposed against it, in a way that might give you a presentation slide, right? You're going to say something like, well, the people who speak in English are different from the Spanish, or the French are different than the Portuguese, or the people who use Twitter for iPhone are different from Android. Whatever the comparison, you would like to discover which comparisons matter, discovery, and then tell the story to someone else, presentation. And so that would bring us to 7 steps overall as a way to support a scholar in making a claim about something objectively in social media, which I think is our goal. Because I think one of the things that our tools are designed to try to protect scholars and researchers from is something called reviewer number 2. You may be familiar with reviewer number 2. And reviewer number 2, I think, is going to say, but where's the big data? I think it's very hard now to publish with a method built exclusively on reading content without any assistance. Not impossible, but very difficult. And it's very difficult to use the netnography approaches, things like NVivo and Qualtrics and those kinds of tagging and ethnographic tools, again, unless an additional tool is also brought to bear, because there's just too much content. So just because there is that much content, I like to say that the machines made it possible for humans to create more content than humans can consume. And so if the machines have gotten us into that problem, it's their fault and they'll have to get us out of it. And so how can we make machines help us consume these really vast quantities of social media in a way that allows us to actually make some meaningful insights? And I guess my answer would be, meteorologists do not like interview each raindrop. You know, meteorologists kind of look at weather as a system, not as a collection of discrete parts. And so social media researchers are currently reading individual messages, and caveat, eventually you have to read some messages, but using this, and here we can see them, using this, we can select the right messages to actually read. Given that you have a budget of maybe 10 a minute or 600 an hour, shouldn't we pick the right messages? And so which ones are the right messages? Maybe they are the ones, and if we plot them on a log scale, if we calculate the number of times a message got retweeted versus it got favorited, and we can see that some get lots of favorites, some get lots of retweets, but the ones that get both favorites and retweets, well, those are a fairly rare set over there in quadrant 2. Why not read those? So that's my message. We would like to augment the research analyst in addressing the fact that humans can't keep up, not without assistance. And with assistance, humans can then return to the thing that I think that is our continued domain of exclusive privilege, and that is the ability to make meaning, to find narrative, to find salience and relevance, and to tell the story. And I don't think the machine can do that yet, but the machine can give us the raw materials for that storytelling and enable that storytelling in a way that we would not be able to do otherwise. So I think that I think I've reached my wrap-up moment there. If there are questions, I'd be delighted. I also can receive requests for hashtags and maps, and I guess I should jump to one part here. Yes, let's go over here for a second. And I'll know that here we had some recent Kerala floods map. And I was just going to go make Kerala rains map. But this allows us to see who's saying what. It quickly reveals some of the key people talking about the topic and what URLs were being used. And this might be a very quick way to get you, if that was a topic of interest, in the game. Suddenly you're sort of gaining an overview of this topic. And I'll note that we could do this for 10 topics. We could do this for 100 topics. We could do it for 100 topics a day. And that would grant an analyst a kind of situational awareness that they couldn't otherwise have. Given that it is the case that in social media, things happen, right? I mean, consequential things happen. And without some kind of public scrutiny, consequential things can happen without proper accountability. And I would argue that at this point, the platforms themselves are not going to be the agents of accountability. They're just not going to do it. It's not in their business interests. And if they don't have a legal responsibility to do it, they won't do it. And it's questionable to me personally whether or not it's wise to grant them the legal responsibility to do it, any more than we would grant a large corporation the legal responsibility to properly audit its own books. Just seems like it should be somebody else's job. So I will wrap up with this final set of concepts. There is, it is said, a marketplace of ideas. Have you ever heard that phrase, the marketplace of ideas? And perhaps it could be said that the social media platforms are each a kind of stock market for these marketplaces of ideas. And if that's the case, then we ask this perhaps rhetorical question. If that is a marketplace of ideas, where is the accounting system for that marketplace? And if you could imagine what a market without proper accounting software would be like, just think about it. What would an accounting system, a marketplace with no accounting be like? Rhetorical question, answer rampant fraud. Without accounting, it seems hard to minimize fraud. And it seems to me that in social media, there is a lot of fraud. Because, and let's just reframe that as low quality information. And in part because there is no consequence for low quality information. And so what consequences could there be other than state regulation, other than platform regulation? And the answer might be independent auditors like yourselves, people to go into and map hashtags and discussions in order to reveal perhaps manipulation or the actual balance of public opinion. Because it's often the case that in social media, a very small minority make a very loud noise. So accounting systems for the marketplace of ideas might not use debits and credits. They might use edges from and to, who did what, with whom, when and where. So with that, let me wrap up and ask if there are any questions. I think that's about the right time. I hope I haven't gone over, and thank you for your interest and attention today. I do appreciate it. You can contact me at mark@smrfoundation.org. All right, got that. And you can send me a hashtag or a query term, and I'll make you a map and one of these insights reports and see if that could be useful for you in your work. And I do hope it would be. So with that, here's to hoping that someday we're all sufficiently vaxxed up that we can travel again, and someday again in India. That would be great. And if you do all ever find your way to California, I'm up in Northern California, do give me a ring. So thank you for your time today.
That was indeed an amazing session by Dr. Mark. We had a deep, in-depth analysis into Twitter and Node.xl that allows us to give the correct analysis. Thank you for such an informative session, sir. I'm sure our audience would have many interesting questions. So to move on to the question answer session, I would like to invite Neenu PK, Assistant Professor, Department of Media Studies, Christ Nagar College. Ma'am, over to you.
Good morning, Dr. Mark. I'm Neenu, and I'll be moderating the question answer session. So shall we begin the session?
Mm-hmm.
So we got a lot of questions, and from that we have just took a couple of questions. We have selected a couple of questions to be asked. So the first question that we have,
yes.
Yeah. The first question that we have is, how can a communication student learn software development?
Yeah, practice. The good news is there's a lot of supporting resource on the internet. The bad news is software development skills are a lot like playing the piano. You know, I know how pianos work. There are white keys and black keys, and if you press them, it makes noise. That doesn't mean I know how to make music. And so software development turns out to be a relatively difficult thing to do and is unlikely to be something that you can do well enough casually that it will actually be worth your time. And so there's kind of this middle where unless you're going to go all the way and get up the other end, it's almost not worth it unless you do figure out how to do it. So I guess the question is it worth trying? Yes. Are there resources on the internet that could help you? Oh, yes. Is it easy? No. And even if you're kind of familiar and you feel like, okay, I get it, this is where the trouble starts. Now you make mistakes, and it takes hours to fix those mistakes. Now, so what do you do then? Well, of course, here I am, I'm coming to you with the news that you find a computer scientist, a software developer, and you use this thing called money, and you make them build a tool for you that you can use by pressing buttons. And that's what we did. I am not a software developer, but I use software. And what we have really worked hard on is essentially trying to remove the need for the communication student to be the software developer because it is hard. Having said that, I don't want to discourage anybody. If you are a communications scholar and you are a software developer, you are a rare and magical creature, and you have powers that other people don't have. And I would certainly encourage that. I just know that I don't have that ability. And that a lot of the motivation for NodeXL is to give myself some of this big data skill set without actually having to learn how to code. Because I used to know how to code and I gave up because people who knew how to code said, Mark, stop coding. So I stopped. I hope that answers that question.
Yes, sir. Okay. So shall we move on to the next question?
Can do.
Okay. Before we move on, can I share the screen?
Oh, yes, please.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Do I have to give you the status? Is that how?
No.
No. You are screen sharing. I'll stop my screen sharing. Okay, here we go.
Okay. So, sir, this is our next question. Data visualization is certainly an important skill for social scientists. How curriculum integration of NodeXL benefits students?
Yeah, okay. I have I think a way to answer this. So one of the best examples, I think, is the work of Dr. Katie Pierce. And she is a professor of communications at the University of Washington in Seattle, in the United States. And I've just shared the URL to I think this may be one of the last ones up on the web, but this is her COM 301 Navigating Information Networks class, which is a lot of it is built around NodeXL as the tool used by the students in the course. And throughout the course, they begin by manually authoring networks just by typing in edges, and they eventually move to collecting data from the the platform suppliers, and then ultimately to the level of automation, this one-click automated process of getting a very sophisticated result. So I think when NodeXL, and there are others that could be used, I'm thinking about Gephi, G-E-P-H-I, Gephi.org, one of the other leading network visualization tools. When communication students use network tools, they're mastering a data structure. They're gaining a theoretical, conceptual framework, which we like to call think, link. When you can think link, that means you're no longer thinking about entities and their attributes. You're thinking about entities and their relationships among themselves. And that's a very sociological and communication studies way to look at the world. To imagine, how could you study communications without studying networks? I mean, don't messages flow between people? So it seems like it's the right model. And the idea of the graph as a data structure has just been so powerful from a mathematical perspective. It's just hard not to think that network is the one data structure to rule them all. So I hope that answers that question.
Thank you for answering that question. And we will move on to the next one. This is our next question. Researchers in developing countries need tools like these for effective study. How can you support to have training sessions for researchers in India?
Zoom. Yeah. So indeed, and there are a lot of NodeXL users in India. I mean, we have a lot of, well, India is big, so there's that. So partially our answer is we've really tried to be competitive in terms of pricing, especially at the student level. We're trying to be accessible. Second, the demands of the tool are basically a Windows laptop running Office, which seems to be a relatively widespread resource that a lot of people can get their hands on a laptop running Windows and Office. And so I think that the training is available, if only remotely, certainly, but we also have a growing number of scholars in India who are instructors. And for example, the Indian Institute of Management in Kozhikode has been running business school students through NodeXL training now for 4 or 5 or 6 years. And they're usually doing classroom sizes of like 200 students. So that it's a pretty big class. So I would say there are resources in India that are specifically geared around NodeXL. And I can even connect you with the scholars at other universities like IIM, where NodeXL is already pretty much an established part of the curriculum for about 5 or 6 years. I hope that answers that question.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you for answering that question. We have another question. It's from an anonymous participant. First of all, he says that the session is great. And his question is, I don't know whether it's a he or a she, but the question is, this is great tool for researchers. How to get advanced training?
All right. So, okay, hang on a second. Eventbrite is a good place to have a look. So let's see if I can go find eventbrite.com. And if you type in NodeXL into the Eventbrite search, you're going to find out that you also have to search for online events. So it's the online events, NodeXL search, and I'm going to drop that link here. And so we have, we're slowing down for December, but there is a link there, and you'll see that we're now doing it in a lot of languages. We've just completed the 4th Spanish language NodeXL training, maybe not that helpful for you. We also have completed our first Korean language training. Again, not that helpful for you, but still, we are also doing it in English. Could be helpful for you. And you'll see that we have a class coming up in about a week. It is intended to be a more advanced class. And this is all about writing a peer-reviewed journal article using NodeXL. And so we do have an outline of an article, and basically we're going to walk our students through the not only the outline, but also anticipated criticism from reviewer number 2. So we've had a few of those already. The other thing is that in January, in the middle of January, we are running our 2nd immersive intensive class. So we ran a summer school in July. Again, this is on Zoom. But it was, we had, wow, 15 hours of instruction, and we had about 8 different instructors and student projects. And we also do one-on-ones. So when we do have the class, we'll do general instruction, but then we always have an hour, just one-on-one with the student, with each of the students. So we had 38 students. And so it was a busy week. So we're going to do it again in mid-January. I suspect we'll do it again in the July timeframe. And in between those events, we also do a monthly intro class, 4 hours long. And we do those in 2 time zones. One at 2 p.m. in London and one at 4 p.m. in California. And so we try to find a time zone that'll work for folks. And we can shift, can be moved. If you have special, if you do one intensive, if you have enough people, we'll move it to a time zone that works for you. So I hope that addresses that question. Oh, and I guess one last thing is, do type the word NodeXL into YouTube. You'd be surprised. There's a lot of NodeXL training in YouTube. Some of it is me, but not all of it is me. And the other place to go is to the smrfoundation.org website, where you can find our tutorials pages. And there are both written tutorials and video tutorials. And so there is a good deal of material out there in YouTube now. Okay.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for answering that question. And I'm sure the participants will definitely check the NodeXL in the YouTube, but don't do it now. We'll do it after the question answer session. So we'll move on to the next question, shall we?
Sure.
Okay, so this next question is, pandemic saw great visualizations being used in reports and social media. Interactive visualizations can be great mode with augmented and virtual reality. What are the developments in this front?
Yeah, I think I'm old now. So why do I mean that? I'm more of a fan of augmented reality, but the virtual reality thing has been sort of like pistachio ice cream. I try to like it, I just can't. I don't know why it is, but I don't want to put my head in a bucket, no matter what's in that bucket. And so I don't want to do this. I just don't. Now, having said that, I have seen, and I have put that thing on my head a few times, and I have seen data visualizations that have been very compelling. Very compelling, 3D. And I guess, you know, if you look at that 3D rotating visualization, I think the link is in the chat. No, let me go grab it. I'll go get that link and I'll drop it in the chat. Here it is. Just a moment. So imagine if you click that last link in the chat, if you could actually stick your head in there somehow and have that all swirling around you, would that be good? Would that be better? Okay, yes, it'll be good, it'll be better, but boy, is it still not very practical, right? I mean, these flat screens, our phones, our tablets, our laptops, that's where the business end of data is today. And that's why things like Power BI, I think, are more interesting to me today than Oculus and VR and AR. And I guess there's MR and XR. And so there's all sorts of buzzwords out there for these various things. So in the end, do I think that my glasses, if they could project 3D things into the world, would I use that? Yes. Going to do that. Absolutely. I think that's absolutely the case. Do I really want to be completely blinded by that? Not as much as I think some people think, at least not for me. Is there a use case for a very deep dive kind of immersion into very, very complex data sets? Yes. But is that going to be a dominant use case for all but, let's say, very extreme analytic efforts? probably, I think, the bar chart, the line chart, and the scatter plot have a lot of runway in front of them. They're not going away. The people, when visual literacy has been surveyed, most people's visual literacy stops before scatter plot. It's line chart, bar chart. What's the other one? Line chart and bar chart, basically. Those are the dominant visual analytic tropes. When you even get them scattergram, a lot of people can't interpret them correctly. So going all the way to 3D, you know, will the protein folding hackers be in 3D VR in a bucket? Yes. Will the rest of us be in there with them? I'm not so sure. So complicated answer to a complicated question. Sorry.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for answering that question. And with that, we'll take one more question and then we can wind up the question and answer session. Okay, thank you. So the next question, this is the last question of this question and answer session. Data visualization tools can help policymakers and governments to understand what's working and what needs to improve. How is this helping in United States, and how it would benefit poor countries?
Yeah, well, you know, a lot of parts of the United States is a poor country, so we could use that help here. I guess a good example is the COVID trackers. Here in where I live is a place called San Mateo County. And if you type, here, I'll do this here. I have to admit, I've used this San Mateo County COVID tracker quite a bit, and it gives me a sense of situational awareness. It tells me how many of my neighbors have been vaccinated. It tells me where we're at in terms of medical resource consumption. It's very much a dashboard for understanding the situation in my county. Not every county has one. I'll note that this one is built on Power BI, which is kind of cool. So in what way could data visualization and government delivery of that data be helpful? In lots of ways, a lot of ways. Getting high accuracy, high quality data to people, especially under conditions like we're under now, where, let's face it, really bad things happened. A lot of really bad things happened. I don't know about your families, but we've been touched by it, and we've lost 2 people in our family. You know, and how much of that could have been avoided with better information? How much? So the answer is absolutely an enormous amount, because we do, even under the best of circumstances, human beings live under conditions of uncertainty. And our governments aren't perfect, but their ability to communicate the most factual information possible to as large a population as possible is critical. It is. I mean, this has all been a stress test on every human society. You know, especially when you realize that the mask, how much does that mask cost? Is it 30 cents? You know, 50 cents for that piece of paper, right? Something like that. We are so lucky that a piece of paper on our faces can actually dramatically reduce this horrible, horrible disease. But we have to know the little piece of paper on our faces can actually work. Some people don't believe that. So that's an information distribution problem. So anything that can convey this information accurately to a larger audience is a good thing. So there you go. That would be my answer.
Thank you, Dr. Mark, for answering all those questions and being so patient with us. I'm sure the participants have got all the answers to their questions, and it was indeed a really enlightening session for us to know more about this. And I once again thank you for taking this time to answer the questions, and thank you so much. So thank you, Dr. Mark, and over to you, Ram Gopal.
Thank you, ma'am.
1 minute, Ram Gopal. Thank you, Dr. Mark, for being here so late, and you were patiently answering all the questions. And I'm thankful to you and also to the participants for making it very interactive. Yeah.
Thank you so much, sir, for your insightful answers. I'm sure you have given the audience a clear picture on this topic. Now, we can't conclude any session without showing how grateful we are for the smooth running of the program. So, to deliver the vote of thanks, I would like to invite Romil Udaykumar. Romil, over to you.
I wish you all, our virtual audience, a very happy morning. I'm Romil Udaykumar, TNV, first year student of journalism and mass communication, Nagar College, Maranalloor, Kerala. On behalf of Nagar College and the whole society of the institute, as a matter of first importance, my true gratitude to Almighty God for making the present occasion an amazing achievement. By His endowments and elegance, we could make the occasion what it was. Next, on behalf of our institution, I give a truly sincere statement of gratitude to our central visitor, Dr. Mark A. Smith, who invested his most active energy gracing the event. Today, we have the chance to hear your contemplations, and this is most certainly reassuring us in our futures. Your considerations have illuminated our brains and shown us another way. I'd also like to thank the relative multitude of speakers for embellishing the event and imparting their insights today. I'd also like to present my sincerest gratitude to our principal, Dr. Jolly Jacob, our manager, Dr. Reverend Father Tito Verghese, head of our department, Professor Manju Matthews, our faculty members, and warmest greetings to you, our precious virtual audience.
All right.
So, that wraps up our second session of the day. But the program is far from over. Up next, we have the very exciting paper presentation session, which will be hosted by Jennifer and led by Chairperson Monisa Khadri. Presenters, make sure you have received the Zoom link for the meeting via your email and do join us quickly. Thank you all again for being such a good audience, and hope all of you are ready for the exciting sessions that are yet to come. This is Ram Gopal signing off.
All that is valuable in human society depends upon the opportunity for development accorded the individual. A very warm good morning to you all. Welcome to the Impetus 2021 3-day international conference on social media and developing societies, emerging trends, platforms, impact, and digital citizenships, organized by the Department of Media Studies and IQAC, Nagar College, Trivandrum. I am Jennifer Ronald, Department of Media Studies, IQAC, Nagar College, Trivandrum. An investment in knowledge always pays the best interest. We are about to begin with our paper presentation session. I hope all the participants are ready. Participants, please know your time limit is 5 to 7 minutes. And also, you can present your paper presentation in the form of PPT by sharing your screen. Now, let me introduce you to the program chair, Professor Deepak Shinde, Director, School of Media Studies, Swami Ram Nantir, Marthwada University, Nanded, Maharashtra. I welcome you, sir. This particular session is chaired by Dr. Monisa Khadri. It is my honor to introduce Dr. Monisa Khadri, the former HOD, Department of Journalism and Mass Communication, Media Advisor to VC, Islamic University, Kashmir. A very experienced media educator with a demonstrated history of working in the higher education industry, PR consultant, and in charge of social media. Dr. Monisa Khadri have exemplary skill in lecturing, journalism, media relations, international relations, and corporate communications. And most importantly, Dr. Monisa Khadri is a strong professional and a personal ethics. It is my honor to have you here, ma'am. We are about to move on with our paper presentation session. This session's main topic is digital citizens. First, I would like to invite Sudesh PM, former media officer, National Ayush Mission Kerala, Government of Kerala, to come and present their paper presentation on the topic Children and New Media Trends in the Context of Child Rights. Sudesh PM, the virtual podium is all yours.
Very warm good morning, everyone. Myself Sudesh. I'm going to take you about a topic, my study, which actually is on children. It's about children and how child rights have been in the pursuit of our country. I'll start the presentation in a second now. Can you see my slide?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. So let me start. I'm going to talk about how children and new media is relevant. What is the real reality connection between children and new media? I'm going to talk about trends in the context of child rights, actually. So I wanted to tell the connection, actually, the how impact, how positive, negative, or how new media has been fundamentally shaping children's lives and they change the way children communicate, actually. So we know children connected to new media has an advantage. Again, they have a lot of risk, actually. There are n number of benefit and risk. So here, my study have been more on, to determine how new media have been influencing children, actually. And I also want to provide a synthesis of literature on recent trends, actually, because there have been a lot of studies on children, actually. So children, new media, especially on the context of childhood is something I'm focusing, actually. I will actually look at, various data-wise, how children have an influence on new media, whether it's a positive, negative. So talking about methodology, I have taken the study on secondary data, which is a research from journals, information, live data from various publications. So this is how my structure of study is, actually. So let me introduce about child and the concept of childhood. So we know that concept of child in our country or internationally, actually, very well discussed, actually. Like the Secretary General Kofi Annan have said, there is no trust more than sacred than the world holds with children. So this is a concept which widely accepted, actually. Children, as like UNCRC, Convention of Child, United Nations Convention says, any child is from 0 to 18 years, actually. So this is about child and childhood as a concept. So when I'm talking about the concept of children and new media, I would wanted to little explain on aspect of new media relation also, because new media have actually been more focusing on children behavior, more on children's influencing them, actually. So I would wanted to talk a little about what in my point of view have been new media have been, and how can we define, actually. So I would take the standard definition. We all know that any digital media that are interactive incorporate two-way communication and some form of computing. This is what Robert Logan have said actually. So coming to the aspect of the relation of new media and children, I wanted to bring the trend in child rights per se. I mean, because we all know every child in the world has one thing in common, which is child rights, actually. So I wanted to connect about how new media, children, and child right. What is the trend now? This is what I actually wanted to bring the connection in my study actually. So talking about child rights, I wanted to bring this international convention, which is a most pillar for the our internationally value. So the UNCRC actually says child rights are human rights for children actually. So any child have the right similar to an adult actually. Even the child is from in conceiving period to 18 years, every child has the rights actually. So they define a set of rights for children and young people, which is actually every country, most of the country across the world have agreed, and our country India have been actually making sure that UNCRC guidelines and stuff actually. This is a very important kind of international declaration which is actually followed by our country internationally and stuff like that actually. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the aspects on how child rights and new media and children has importance actually. So talking about children and new media connection, the most important aspect is the usage of new media actually. Nowadays we know children have a larger influence with the new media action. So my study was to understand whether it's actually a negative or whether it's a positive impact, how it's been useful internationally. So I've taken a lot of contextual impact in our country per se actually. How in our country, there have been case studies I've explored, So I'll take you to in the coming slides about it. So I wanted to bring a little background information. Children's use of technology, especially, I would focus more on new media. That is my, area. So they have been increasing rapidly, actually. So if you see past decade, there have been larger impact in the use of, whether we say, defining new media as, whether it is mobile or, games, or aspects on various technologies actually. There have been a wide increase in the usage of media actually. So going to the next set of aspects I'm going to highlight is actually what George and Rogers have said. So they state that the question is no longer if children are using digital technology, but how, why, with what effect actually is what the usage is actually. So it is actually a macro to micro to macro approach from childhood per se. Children are very a lot of guidance children need on using technology. A lot of parental influence is very important in any technology used in children actually. So nowadays we know that most of the cases they are actually have a larger impact. In my study I found actually whether it's a negative or positive is something we're gonna understand in this presentation or study actually. So I'm gonna take a little more deeper into the aspect of digital media and how new media have impact in children in various ways actually. So if I'm gonna tell about a very a very basic kind of information. This is the UNICEF, United Nations Children Education Fund. Actually, they have brought out a very detailed influence on children. Actually, so the young people are most connected. We can say on new media. Why I wanted to highlight our country is very young actually compared to the other countries. We have a very young population actually. So I could say around 300 million population is actually children actually. So even internationally, there are data which is published in this State of World Children report. This gives you a very detailed data on various influences of children actually. So that could be like in my context, I'm defining, digital media and, aspects
Excuse me,
on.
Sudesh. You have 2 more minutes.
Okay. Yeah. So I will quickly take you to this, the focus of my presentation actually. Yeah. So continuing with the children, usage on new media, whether it's positive or negative. So I wanted to highlight about the positive usages actually. So when we talk about the positive usages as such, we say it could be using for studies. It could be like a teacher teaching a particular subject, or the student now COVID situation, the student is not able to attend the classes and stuff. Actually, there is a positive aspect to to the technology where he or she, if not attending, the parents will get notes or the classes. That is a one of the example I could actually highlight on the positive aspects actually. When I talk about the negative aspects, you can see nowadays there are a wide number of cases. When you look at the country's cyber reports and stuff, there have been issues like cyberbullying, pornography issues. So there have been a lot of cases. Like if you see in a data wise, it is more stronger. We have a helpline for children. We have a Ministry for Women and Child Development. There are regular data which is actually published by them. So I had looked at this international national data in per se, to how actually had an influence. So I found that the positive aspect is more on empowering them, or equipping them on the studies or the influencing their skill and stuff like that. But more on negative is very, very disaster, because I have put in my study about cases where pornography, children have like using sexting and cyberbullying and aspects like that. So this has had very huge impact in the mental aspects actually. So I had a very detailed pointers in my study. I actually have a short of time, so I'm not actually listing out in a detailed presentation. So I wanted to conclude that in the country there are lots and lots of positive aspects on technology. Children are using, like for example, I want to highlight Byju's. That Byju is completely a module based, online based classes and tuitions actually. This is the real one example I would highlight actually. There are also cases where children have been abused, and children have been fallen in issues like that actually. So I would say as an impact, there are opportunities, there are also risks actually. So looking at the impact on society, there is a need of balancing it actually. So now from initiative from parents, from government, and aspects like that, there should be a little more on policy levels also, because now we don't have a larger a policy intact. We have in Kerala, when we look at we have cyber cell, police into very immediate action on filing cases. We can immediately call a helpline call 24/7 365 toll free number called Childline. We can register a case, there'll be action. But more on micro level, like we could have a little more policy level aspects on looking at what I told, like negative aspects is on children's mental health, or even their risk of being attacked or misused or abused actually. So looking at a child rights perspective, I would say there are a lot of things on policy level, NGO level, or individual level programs on technology and children could have actually implemented in the go. There are programs like Google. There are programs like larger context level happening. Google has a very larger awareness programs with NGOs on pornography, on children being misused and focused on action. So I would say that at this point of time there are mix of, it's like a U-turn, I can say. There are usages for children, it's highly beneficial. There are like negative impacts, like children have been highly, there are case studies which I've put in my real case studies. I've changed the name because of privacy and the respect to the child. So I would really feel on there is a lot of policy levels and initiatives which actually make sure that the new media technology aspects on using various new media aspects by children will actually make a larger impact actually. So I would end up concluding it saying, let's look forward making this ensuring every child's right, actually every child's privacy or the importance of rightly using media. Everyone from parental level, from a institute level, school level, all stakeholders should work little more aspects actually on ensuring the child rights actually. So I would conclude, I really take this as a privilege to put down my my study, the perspective on child rights. I really thank the chair and the Impetus team for this opportunity actually. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Sudesh PM. Next, before inviting the next participant, I would like to mention the time limit. It is from 5 to 7 minutes only. Please note that. Next, I would like to invite R. Archana. She will be presenting the topic, the influence of social media on purchasing behavior of fashion products among college girls in Madurai district, Tamil Nadu.
Sorry to interject. Hello.
Yeah, yes, sir.
Ma'am, Monisa ma'am, if you have any questions to Sudesh, you can ask.
Yeah. Thank you, Sudesh. I think your area of research is an interesting as well as an important theme per se, because it is a significant source of concern in contemporary times when we look at the enormity of new media and the relevance of child rights or issues related to children in general. So if we look at your paper, though it is mostly based on the secondary sources, and I'm sure you're going to have more of your role in terms of looking at how cases around you or how communities around you are reacting and responding to new media and how children kind of engage with new media. Because if I look at your paper, there are two broader areas that we can extract from it. First being whether children as users are making some informed choices in terms of what are they accessing online, whether that's websites or they are data, we talk about social media. And then connected to social media is an entirely important area which is related to user agreement and the policies, which age group joins a particular social media, and is that strictly followed, and what are the policies that are involved in terms of minors being on social media and other things. Also in terms of filtering of content which is available on social networking sites or on internet as a whole, as you mentioned some of the issues. Then second area is the issue of media advocacy or new media advocacy when we link it with your area. So how are campaigns being accessed or run when we talk about child rights? Because child rights is a significant social inquiry area, and people are talking about child rights. People are raising issues which are important in terms of things that happen in our societies, like child labor or child pornography or trafficking. And some of the states in India in particular are, they have been, witness to a larger track record in terms of that. So if you're talking about these two separate areas, I would request you to look at one area in a greater detail. Then I think you can slightly help create a kind of corpus which would be helpful for other researchers, because there are significant gaps in both these areas which we as researchers can opt for. So next stage of your research might be your own intervention and your own research wherein you are able to develop primary data. So then probably you can look at how children are engaging, how children are accessing, what are the options that are available, and what are the different controls and policies which are there. Maybe you can take, a sample, derive it from maybe schools or a particular teenage group. Or then second area, if you're interested, is to look at the media advocacy part of it. What are the issues? For example, if you look at Twitter, what are the hashtags that are being used? What are the trends? What are people or users generally talking about? So these are two broader areas, and even if you pick one of these, you'll be contributing a lot. And my request to other paper presenters would be to try and focus more on what they have done, and clearly define their own research, so that we are able to look at it during the time frame that we have. Yeah, Jennifer.
Thank you. Sudesh PM, I think your mic is on mute.
Yeah, ma'am. Hi. Ma'am, I wanted to add on the very important aspects you highlight, ma'am. So there are two aspects I wanted to, clarify on, little facts like personally, actually, I have done my post-graduation from Nepal in mass communication. Last 10 years, I'm working as a development communication professional, ma'am. So my first assignment was with China in India as a communication manager. So I would see from the aspect of government of India, how policy levels have been implemented. So 6 years I worked with Childline. So I looked at aspects on how the policy level, how a country protect our children, what are the initiatives and stuff. So looking at policy level is very important, because as a communication professional, we actually look at analyzing the policy levels. No? So then we recommend, like you said, there should be a campaigns. So now NGO, public-private partnership is very important. So now United Nations, UNICEF is actually doing a lot of initiative. There are a lot of NGOs working in this. There are state respective departments actually. Like in Kerala, to say the child welfare or child, Ministry of Women and Child Development have a state department. They are doing an implementing project. So as a communication professional, the input from us is very important actually. So what we actually look at this, like for example, the study now, they take this up and they implement it, but they don't have a structure where they cannot have a, putting out all this information and stuff like that. So these kind of, small bits and pieces will help a lot in this initiatives actually. So like when looking at as policy level, I think there are a lot need to be done. And we look at the international, like I've also presented, few case as of international and in Indian house, like live cases. Those are real cases where I went to the field, I collected the, very, very disturbing, very disturbing kind of issues of abuse and, issues of anxiety, and a lot of those are live calls comes to Childline 1098 as a helpline. So I could access the live cases I worked upon, like changing the name, and I presented in the paper actually. So when we look at the field, there is a lot of things are happening, but I'm sure that there are individual programs for parental. There are few programs in the country for parental. Is there a communication program for parental on how technology will have a positive impact to child? For example, to be a little more understanding, I'm a dad of a child, I'm a father of a child. Do I have an empowering program in a communication perspective where, some of the aspects on parenting with technology or parenting on new media? This is a question where we all need to, look at some good national level program where each of mother, even some of them are from different socio-cultural background, some of them are from, various limitations. So some simple programs which will reach them through online or through some NGOs, through some government programs actually. It is not very difficult to reach out, maybe in Kerala schools, with some communication program, which may be half an hour or 1 hour to get their attention. Maybe a PTA meeting, we can have a meeting on digital technology or how,
Yeah, Sudesh,
Yes.
absolutely. I get it. And I think your work, and once it's published, I think that's going to feed into the policies
Correct,
in
ma'am.
an
Correct,
important
ma'am.
manner.
Yeah, I would sure that
So
this
I really
small
wish.
bit of work will help government to think about it, saying, okay, there is a small work like this. Because if you see 2017 is the last government report on child abuse. This is published by Ministry of Women and Child Welfare. It's a very, very old data actually. So we don't have concurrent data. People are not working on these areas. Being a communication professional, I know
that's why your paper to
yes,
be
it's a
well
contribution.
documented and publishing it is really important.
Yeah,
So,
it's a small
we
kind of a
I think
thing where I'm just putting it to the policy makers and people say, let's look at this, let's take this forward. I mean, it's a
Yeah,
small
absolutely.
initiative, but yeah. So we'll have this in a larger context. Many people will, may work on. There are a lot of cry and many studies are also happening, but not in a policy level. That's what it is. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Munisa Kadri, and thank you, Sudesh PM. Now I would like to invite the next participant, R. Archana. She will be presenting on the topic, the influence of social media on purchasing behavior of fashion products among college students, college girls in Madurai district, Tamil Nadu. Archana, are you there? Archana, if you have any network issues, we can keep you at the last. Okay, Archana, can we move on to the next participant so that you can fix the problem and you can do it after the next participant?
Yeah, Archana said it's fixed.
We can have Archana only present. The issue is resolved. Yeah, please, Archana, go ahead.
Archana, we have made you a co-host, but you can unmute yourself. I think there is some technical issue. Hello.
Hello,
Yeah, you can share your presentation.
I'm audible now.
Yes.
Okay. Good morning to everybody. I am Archana. I am an independent scholar at Madurai Kamraj University. So I am sharing my presentation here. Yeah, my presentation is here now. Can everybody see it?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
Archana.
Okay. I am starting now. So the title of my topic is the influence of social media on purchasing behavior of fashion products among the college girls in Madurai district, Tamil Nadu. So I'm starting with my significance here. Nowadays, most of our purchase decision is made by online media, that is social media. Modern consumers, us, are mostly bombarded with lots of information every day in social media. Like we are getting so much advertisement in the websites, whatever we are searching for, and girls are moreover fond of fashion products than boys. So the usage of social media has doubled their urge to buy the products, and the consumers who are influenced by social media are likely to spend more time on their purchase. And this generation is so much in fond of fashion trends. This is because we are so much in the world of showing off our things. We are very much keen in posting of the products, and we will post whatever we want to share, and that we want like shares and friends to follow us. So this is also a main cause for the increase in fashion products and fashion industry. So this study will help you to understand the usage of social media and their dominant towards the consumers in making their purchase decision, and it will also help that to know about one's own self, that how much we are spending on fashion products. Then I'm going to methodology. So the main objective of my study is to identify the impact of social media on the purchasing behavior of fashion products by the respondents. And there are many specific objectives for my study. There are that are so that social media and its implication on purchasing behavior, and what are the factors that are influencing the purchasing decision. And the third one is what is the level of satisfaction the consumer is getting after they are buying the products. And then the study of consumers preference towards what mode they are preferring, either online shopping or they are shopping in in-store. Then the role of social media as a business promotion tool, and what type of fashion products impact the respondents. There are so many fashion products like clothing, footwear, and jewels. But what is the main thing that impact the most? Then the hypothesis of my study is believe that there is a significance of social media impact on the purchasing behavior of fashion products by the college girls. And I have framed 5 questions for this research. With these 5 questions, I have framed a questionnaire with the 38 questions. The 5 questions I'm telling now, there are what are the common features and characteristics of the consumers, then the factors that are influencing them for their purchasing behavior, and what the retail format they are using, and what are the benefits of social media for purchasing their products, and to what extent that social media is influencing them to buy a product. Then the theory I have adapted in communication theory is media dependency theory. This theory is nothing but more the individual is dependent to the media, the dependent will be more important to them, so that they will be very much used to the media, and the media will make them what can I say? The media will make them to realize that this is what they were needed. So that I have implied this theory. And the population and sampling is I have um, target population for my theory is all college girls from Madurai region, both urban and rural. I have taken those are graduate, postgraduate, and MPhil everybody. But they should be very much in use of social media, all that thing. And the sample size I have given is 38 questionnaire with both demographic and data analysis. Questions are, I have aimed to collect in 100 college students, and I got collected about 80 students. Then I have major findings. The major findings are advertisement in social media is impacting 91% of the respondents, and 85% of the respondents are influenced by celebrities in social media, and 80 of the respondents agreed that interaction in social media is influential, and 90% of the respondents agreed that they are searching about the product detail before they are going for a purchase, and 70 of the respondents told that information in social media about the product, like they are giving customer review and everything like that, no? That credibility is neutral. And 90% of the respondents buying their product via online, they are preferring to buy it online than in store. And 70% of the respondents agreed that social media is inducing them to go for a repeat purchase, and 85% of respondents purchase the product online only because they have seen that on social media, and 86 of them purchase in store because they have seen that on social media. So I have come to a conclusion from this research. It is very much clear that social media is impacting the fashion consumption and purchasing decision of our product of us. This is not only in the form of trend setting or disseminating our ideas and styles, but it is also very much useful for the business promotion tool. It can also be useful for business promotions. So the retailers who are using this platform, they should be very much focusing on keeping in contact or touch with the customers, rather than only showing about the discounts on products or promotions. They should also use this platform wisely to keep in contact or touch with the consumers. So then the recommendation for further study is they can do that with more number of respondents in any other region or metropolitan city or any other thing. And replication of the study can be done with working women, because I have done with college students. They can done that in working women. Something may slightly vary. And I have given a suggestion for the consumers who are buying the products in online. They should be take care of their personal data while uploading anything of their personal data, and they should read the content fully, and necessary precaution should be taken before they are liking or disliking or commenting about the products. And they should check their payment details and bank statement, and they should be aware of the laws for Data Promotion Act, Information Act, everything. The last thing I want to tell is everything has its boon and bane. Likewise, the social media also has its positive and negative sides. It's in our hand to use it wisely and not making it to dominate us. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Archana. Dr. Munisa Kadri, if you have any questions to ask.
I think maybe your research objectives and your research questions should be in consonance with each other. So please look at that.
Okay.
One question that I wanted to ask you is that, are you involving some models from the advertising? For example, there is a model that talks about, which is known as DMP, decision making process. So I think that's very relevant for you, because there are different steps that it signifies, and for every step, online media per se is offering a lot for the consumers, and it's impacting their consumer behavior. So when you are research, it's always important that we premise that research in some conceptual framework which theories and models offer us. So maybe try and ground it with certain relevant theories and models.
Okay, thank you. I will do that.
We can have the next presenter.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Archana.
Thank
the
you.
next presenter is Gayatri Nandakumar. She will be presenting on the topic addiction to Instagram among youth.
Okay, I hope I'm audible. Okay.
Yes, Gayatri.
Okay. Good morning to all of you. So today I will be presenting on the research paper of mine. And I hope my screen is visible also.
Yes, Gayatri.
Okay. Yeah. So addiction to Instagram among youth. So as I said earlier, myself, Gayatri, I'm a student studying MA Communication at Madras Christian College. So today I'm going to straight into my research paper, that is addiction to Instagram among youth. And firstly, I would like to introduce the aim of my study. And that is, we all know that Instagram is a social media application that is really popular among the youngsters and
Gayatri is stuck.
Yes, ma'am. I think there is some network issue.
Can someone call and tell her?
Yes, ma'am. I'll call her now.
Am I audible? There was a network error.
Yes, Gayatri, you're audible now.
Okay, okay. Sorry for the inconvenience. Yes. So,
Gayatri, maybe you can turn off your video. You can keep
okay,
just the presentation.
okay, okay. Okay. So I hope my screen is visible now. Yep. So Instagram, as I was telling, it's a very popular app among the youngsters, and in India, it's having with around 180 million users also. That's according to the latest reports around in September 2021. So with that, we can find that people spend an average of 29 minutes a day on Instagram, and especially under the age of 25, those people spend around 32 minutes, and I'm sure that it's not 32 minutes, it's more than that. So, and that's the latest statistics regarding Instagram. And coming to the research study, our main aim was to find out why these youngsters are addicted to Instagram, because simply we cannot blame them, they are being addicted. We have to find the reasons for it. And our major aim was to study those reasons and the other aspects relating to that reasons. And we conducted our study among the students aged between 16 to 26. And that list consisted of higher secondary students, that is the 12th standard and 11th standard students. Then we had college students and the employed youth. These were our samples. And also we researched on other factors like the privacy concerns, freedom of expression, socialization, and other aspects among students while using this Instagram. Also, Instagram is gaining popularity, especially during this pandemic. And one thing I would say about the drawback of our research is that we couldn't do it during the lockdown time, because the addiction level that was prevailing during 2019 was very less compared to 2020 and 21. So I think our research the drawbacks in our research would be that time frame. So I'll give a brief description about Instagram. It's known to everyone, but still, it's an American photo and video sharing social networking service. It was founded by Kevin Systrom and Mike Krieger. And in 2012, Facebook acquired this Instagram. And now we know that Facebook owns Instagram. And why this is popular is maybe because of its latest updates, features, and other additions to the application that is attracting the youngsters more. And the major objectives of our study was, first thing, to identify the reason why these youngsters are spending more time on Instagram. What is the reason? What is so much attractive in that application? Second thing, the privacy concern among the youth while using the app. Like, are they concerned about their privacy? We know that Instagram has an option like private account and public account. So are they concerned about that privacy, or are they willing to reveal their privacy and not? Thirdly, identify the satisfaction level among Instagram users. As we know, there is a theory as in users and gratification theory, and something that gives us satisfaction, we will be tempting to use it more. So we needed to identify whether those users were willing to use this Instagram because they are getting some satisfaction. We had to find out that. And next, awareness about the pros and cons of excessive usage of Instagram. As we all know today, we are using Instagram excessively. And we are aware that we are using it excessively, and we are aware of its negatives and positives. So we had to find out whether the youngsters are aware of this. Then we had to find out whether Instagram is a social vehicle for them to express their opinion. We know that many social actions takes place now through social media platforms, and Instagram is one major application that is supporting it. And lastly, identify the globalization or socialization factor underlying among youth. You know that we meet many new people through Instagram, and that application is providing a larger platform for such kind of socialization. Now, a theoretical framework. Agenda setting theory, medium is a message by Marshall McLuhan. Catharsis, looking glass theory, moral and alienation, hypodermic needle theory, cognitive theory, narcosis theory, and rhetorical theory. These were the major theories used in our research in order to interpret what is the intending message that we are trying to convey to the audience. Coming to the methodology, the methodology approach was quantitative analysis. We thought that such a research study would be better if we had approached with quantitative study, because qualitative analysis would take much time. So we approached for quantitative analysis, and our estimated sample size was 200 and our total sample size was 180. And I would like to add that the main drawback in our study was that we couldn't get the sample according to our assumptions. Because since 12 standards were having examinations, we had to approach the 11 standards. And since there was a slight problem like that, our assumptions were not accurate as such. And the main target, as I said earlier, were higher secondary students, college students, and the employed youth. And what we did is we prepared a questionnaire, a survey questionnaire, and we distributed to them to fill out.
Gayatri, you have 2 more minutes left.
Okay. And the others were given Google Forms. And that's how we conducted our study. And considering the ethical aspects, we did not collect the names of the school students since they had privacy issues. So again, coming to the method of data collection, we went to major schools and colleges, and we had distributed this questionnaire, and our questionnaire consisted of the other factors relating to globalization, privacy, and use of Instagram as public opinion platform, etc. Then after that, we got around a nice set of responses, and it was in the form of MCQ style, so it was easy for them to respond as. That was our method of data collection. And method of analysis, we took the number of persons depending upon each factor, divided them by the total number of samples, and multiplied them with 100. And we got percentages for each number of aspects. And that way we were able to arrive at a conclusion. And coming to the major findings, I would like to say that the addiction level is presently low. That is the time we conducted this research study. But I would like to add that in 2020 and 21, with the pandemic and lockdown effect, it has surely raised above the bar. And this addiction is normal now, but if it goes out of hand, as we know, the Reels thing, the Reels challenge, the hashtag challenge, everything is taking a toll on us. So if we don't control it in a mild way, then it can turn out to be a dangerous application that's taking away our time. And coming to the result, that same thing I would like to say, addiction level is normal, but if it extends more than the limit, this will turn out to be a problem. And coming to my concluding remarks, I would like to say that Instagram is a platform for exhibiting many social opinions and talents, and exhibition of creativity, everything. And I would like to add that if this study was conducted during 2021, this wouldn't have been the result. And so I would like to take it forward, the study, to take it forward in future. And the emergence of social media influences is also a further scope in the study. We can study more in that. And that is all about my reference. And I would like to thank the chair and Impetus 2021 for giving me this opportunity, and my co-authors as well. And I would like to end by saying a quote by J. Bear: focus on how to be social and not on how to do social. Thank you.
Thank you, Gayatri. Dr. Manisa Kadri, do you have anything to ask?
First of all, I think I would like to congratulate Gayatri because she's at a master's level and she has opted for this research. So congratulations, and please continue doing the good work that you are doing. And I like the fact that you intend to take it forward because I think a panel study would suit your kind of research, looking at the same sample again after a period of time and see if they are back, if they are on Instagram right now, or if their behavior has changed. Also, I think, but you missed out on one aspect, which is the influencer phenomenon. Instagram has become a huge social media platform for influencers, as they say, and there are various theories which are being defined looking at this phenomenon. So a lot of people are opting for Instagram as compared to other social media platforms. For example, brands. Right now, Instagram is the most preferred tool for brands because brand communication is suited the way a user interface is available on Instagram. So please try and add that much also. And there are some relevant theories related to social media influence. Like there is a theory which is known as amplification theory. So you kind of present a phenomenon and then you amplify it using social media, like influencers and others do. So some of the theories that you have mentioned, you may skip few, but look at the social media influence. Best of luck.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Gayatri. Thank you, Dr. Manisa Kadri. The next participant is Amanjyoti Kaur. His topic is impact of social media influencers on Generation Z.
It's her topic. Am I audible to everyone?
Yes.
Very good afternoon to everybody present, to all the dignitaries, Madam Monisa. I'm going to share my screen first. Can you see my screen, please, everyone? All right. So, Madam Monisa left at mentioning the influencers theory. So, my study is on that. So, it's on we are starting. And I would like to.
You can make it full screen.
All right. So, on a good note, I'm going to start like she was mentioning the amplifications theory, and we can also add on the Everett M. Rogers theory of innovation of diffusions that was given in 1962. And my study being the impact of social media and influences on Generation Z. So social media influencers can be seen as the innovators, the ones that I mentioned in the diffusion of innovations theory. So the SMIs, the social media influencers being the innovators and their followers being the adopters, be it the early adopters or the late adopters. So we can really connect that perspective to this. And my studies on impact of social media influencers on Generation Z. Let me just do a quick workable definitions. Social media influencers on social media are known as for their expertise on certain subjects like fashion, lifestyle, hack, food, travel, etc. They are regular and pretty frequent in posting images and videos, and they have created this vibe of image obsession these days in the Generation Z, that everybody really wants to post something, and the image obsession is so severe that we can really mention that here, that the social media influencers have big audiences and they have engaged followers. Also defining the Generation Z here, Generation Z is the post-millennial generation born between 1997 and 2012. The eldest member of this generation will be a graduate from the college and enter the workplace by 2020. The influences, if I talk about the influences, we have to mention that the social media influencers are becoming multi-millionaires these days. And if I give an example of Huda Katan, who has like a multi-millionaire business now, and it has only been achieved via the social media platforms. She has like 50 million people following her, and she has achieved all that, those millions and billions out of the social media platforms. And the Generation Z, which is the digital native of the global village, and their conversations being conversations happening via hashtags, and their travelings via blogs, and their purchasings via unboxings. So they are the Generation Z, and the study focuses on the impact these social media influencers are making on the Generation Z. And the impact here is on various aspects of their life, being their lifestyles, their buying behavior, their career options, their mental concerns, where I'll be mentioning FOMO and anxiety issues that they have. Before beginning, I would like to mention the influencer tiers. We have nano influencers who have around 1,000 to 10,000 users following them. The users can be their followers or their subscribers, followers being on Instagram and with subscribers being on YouTube. And then micro influencers who have roughly 10,000 to 50,000 users following them, and mid-tier influencers who roughly have 50,000 to and so forth, that you can see on your screens. Macro influencers and mega influencers who have more than 1 million users who are following them. So objectives of my study were to examine the position of SMIs in influencing the buying behavior of the youth, what influence the social media influencers are having on the buying behavior of the Generation Z, to examine the role and social media in creating mental concerns like anxiety and FOMO, which is fear of missing out any situation, to analyze the role of social media influencers in impacting the lifestyle of the youngsters, to study the social media influencers as a career option for Generation Z. I must mention the study, while I was going through this review of literature, I went to a study done by the Sun magazine, in which they did a survey with 1,000 kids in the UK, and 3/4 of the respondents said that they are interested into doing anything related to the internet videos. So they were interested in becoming the influencers. We have to admit that for the Generation Z, the most alluring and lucrative job option is a social media influencer. Although if we see the traditional form of fame, which were the TV stars or the movie celebrities, now we have this lucrative career option where each one of us has a platform to get fame and get famous. Although there are many researchers that I read, that they were criticizing the social media influencers for doing futile activities and making futile reels, and then the Generation Z is imitating all of them. So there was a lot of criticism also going over there, but we cannot overlook the fact that social media influencer is a career option for Generation Z. With the Forbes magazine, which came with a category of the most influential social media influencers. In 2017, they came up with this category, and ever since they are giving the awards to the most influential SMIs. This has been a popular career option for all the students out there, or the Generation Z out there. Okay. The methodology for this study was, I used methodological triangulation for this, where the quantitative method and the qualitative method was combined together. The quantitative method being the survey that was done amongst 200 people, and then in-depth interviews being the qualitative method, I'm sorry, over 40 heavy social media viewers who were also aspirants to become the social media influencers, all aging between 18 to 25 years. There are a few data interpretations that I thought of mentioning here. Responses to the social media platform, the respondent used Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and very interestingly, the most preferable social media platform came out to be Instagram. 84% of the youngsters mentioned Instagram being their most favorite to follow the social media influencers. Further, it was asked that how much trust the respondents have on the products promoted by the SMI. So 67% said that they had somewhat trust in the products promoted by the social media influencers, and 21% said that they have no interest in and no trust in what social media influencers say. And then there were also questions related to the reviews that the social media influencers are seeing, because we usually see that before buying anything, people tend to go and visit the reviews online. So sometimes they said 78% said
2 more minutes left.
all right. 78% said that they sometimes believe and they sometimes do trust the reviews given by the social media influencers, and only 4% of the people thought that they are always genuine, where they mentioned that some of them are largely sponsored. That's why they are promoting a particular brand. That's why they have lesser interest in the promotion or the reviews done by the social media influencers. Okay, the promotions done by social media influencers affecting their choices while buying some products like clothes, perfumes, and things like that. So here also we found that a significant number of the respondents feel that they do affect the social media influencers, do affect their buying behavior. And there were questions also like do they feel like I mentioned that the mental concerns, like do they feel anxious when they get lesser likes or lesser response online? So these are the responses that they feel. The question was like, do they feel good when they get good likes or comments on their posts? So they 74% of the respondents said that they do feel good if they get good likes and comments on their posts. And then do they get anxious if they get low response? So yes, a significant number of the respondents said that they do feel anxious if they get low responses to their posts. And there was also a mention about their sleep patterns, the disturbed sleep patterns, that they do get up in the middle of the night and they check their phones whether their post is doing well on Instagram or not. Okay, then they had the question of SMIs being a good career option. So 60% of the respondents feel that yes, SMIs is a good career option for them. And responses about the respondents ever thought of becoming a social media influencer. So 43% of the responses said that they do have had this option in their mind, and they do consider becoming a social media influencer. So to conclude my study, I would say that social media influencers play a major role in persuading the young audiences on their promotional activities. They do persuade the Generation Z on the fashion and lifestyle. There are the recommendations by the SMIs are duly considered by the social media influencers, and they are convinced by the regular posts that the social media influencers are posting on their handles. And the social influencers have a notable and number of followers and the number of subscribers are their verifiable evidences of them being influence of them being pretty influencing for the for the Generation Z, and it's a lucrative career option. And mentioning about the anxiety and FOMO and all the other mental issues that were related to this. I welcome questions for this study. Thank you.
Thank you, Aman Jyoti. Dr. Manisa Kaveri, do you have any questions to ask?
I think personally speaking, I am quite interested in this area, and it's one of the areas that I intend to take up. So I am in a process of reviewing the literature on it currently, and I think your study would be really important. What I wanted you to look at probably is that I feel is probably a necessity of is the nature of content. See, for example, there are influencers, there out there, and you're able to categorize them right now as well, right? So
Yes.
which area specifically helps a person become an influencer? Which is the most preferred theme, I would say? Is it fashion? Is it sports? What is it? Because since this phenomenon is new, relatively new, and we are all trying to engage with it, there are newer areas that it's kind of throwing up to us as researchers. So nature of content, for example, there was this question that you've asked them, do you feel disheartened when you don't get
Yes.
likes or follows? So
Yes.
I think a natural response to that would be yes, we do get, because it's a social media anxiety that is
Yes.
there, that you intend to have likes and followers and comments, and if you miss out on that, and there if you have a track record, you want to follow that or you want to go ahead of that. So maybe what kind of comments do people really look for? Is it, oh, you're looking gorgeous today, or I feel you're an inspiration for me? So what is the kind of comments that these influencers are looking for? There would be a stage wherein they kind of mature and they would
Yeah.
want to go beyond the initial
Yes.
great content and all those things.
That is a study in itself. The sort of comments they want, that will be a study in itself.
Yeah. And another one, another aspect is gender dimension.
Yes.
So that could be a huge area for researching. But I congratulate you. I really think
Thank
that
you.
you are trying to look at it in a more meaningful manner.
That's
And you are having a proper theoretical premise also.
Yes, of course, I do have.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Amanjori, and thank you, Dr. Munisa Kadri. I would like to invite our next participant. Before inviting the next participants, I would like to inform all the other participants, in the interest of time, that you go directly to the objectives, methodology, and then to the findings. Thank you. The next participant is Sahil Bains. His topic is students' perception towards social media and its applicability in academic ventures during current scenario. Sahil Bains, are you there?
Jennifer, I think we can move on to the next person.
Okay, I think he is absent. So I would like to invite the next participant, Dr. R. Venkatesh Aravind. He will be presenting on the topic reasons for using digital M apps by university students in Salem district.
Dr. Venkatesh, we can see your screen, but you can make it full screen and you can start. Dr. Venkatesh, you are not audible. Hello, Dr. Venkatesh.
Sir, I think we are also not audible to him. I tried calling him, but
We are not able to hear Dr. Venkatesh.
Dr. Venkatesh, I think you can exit Zoom and then rejoin. So that will most probably solve this. Could you please try that?
Is he answering to calls or anything?
No, he is not reachable.
Oh,
So we can talk to him via Zoom chat. He said he's speaking, but we just can't hear him.
did you unmute? Tell him, Ram, please inform him to exit and then rejoin.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
I think we can move on to the next person by the time doctor will
Yes,
join.
sir. I would like to invite our next participant, Dr. Aditi Parekh. She will be presenting on the topic, a study on the usage of internet memes as a source of forming public opinion with special reference to urban youth.
Namaskar all. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Yeah, thank you. Namaskar everyone. My name is Dr. Aditi Parekh and I am working as an assistant professor in the Department of Journalism and Mass Communication as deemed to be University, Jaipur. So the presentation of my topic is a study on the usage of internet memes as a source of forming public opinion with special reference to urban youth. As we all can see, nowadays our social media accounts are flooded with the internet memes. So these memes are generally evaluated by biologist Richard Dawkins, which means something that is imitated. It can be in the form of email messages, text messages, instant messages, and others. And like they are basically in the sarcastic form, which actually can be in the form of images, can be in the form of text, can be in the form of videos, or can be in the form of GIF images or JPG images, and can be a mix of two types, like a video with the text or an image with the text. So basic types of internet memes, basically the memes are divided into three broad categories. One is classics, the other is trenders, and the next is one hit wonder. Classics are basically a type of meme that never dies and it live on forever. Trenders are that goes along with the trend and they last for a month and they are unlikely to be ever seen again. One hit wonders are like that you will never see them again and they only happen once. Here are some of the famous memes. Like this meme is related to Virat and Anushka. When at the time of India losing the World Cup, the meme was made, which basically presenting the the Anushka is feeling sad when the India lost the match. Next is it is being made by two of the concepts that are mixed together. Like one is the Aryan Khan and the other is the Drishyam movie. Like when Aryan Khan got arrested in the narcotics raid, so it was this meme was made relating to the Drishyam movie, which says that that it will be proved that Aryan Khan will be released, and it will be proved that he was with the Vijay and his family, and he went to the Panaji for a satsang, and they ate the pav bhaji. And this meme is related to the online exams, online and offline exams. That in the online exams, the students scored 92 marks, and in the offline exams, the students just scored the opposite digits, that is the 29 marks. And this is the political satire, like Chai with Modi, Coffee with Karan, Cough Syrup with Kejriwal, and Charlie Chaplin with People. Like basically in this meme, Charlie Chaplin, Rahul Gandhi is denoted as the Charlie Chaplin. So basically the objectives of my study are find out the role of internet meme in framing the public opinion, and to find out the comparison between effect of internet memes on public opinion over traditional methods, and to find out the effect of internet memes on netizens. So hypothesis of my study were internet memes, they basically affect the public opinion opinion, and they help in forming the public opinion, and they have more effect as compared to the traditional methods. And they also provide, along with our entertainment, they provide education and information as well. So these are some of the questions which I asked with my respondents, that basically, does the internet memes help in framing their opinion related to the content? Like when, if we see the example that Rahul Gandhi got the image of, Pappu from these memes only. They are spread by the netizens, which gave a very negative image of the Rahul Gandhi. And the next question was, which tool is more effective, either internet memes or traditional methods? So the respondents replied that internet memes are more effective methods as compared to the traditional methods. And the netizens almost they share the internet memes with others, so that their friends and their colleagues and the friends added in their social media accounts can get the entertainment and the information through these internet memes. And there are different types of memes, like memes which are related to politics, which are related to Bollywood, related to cricket, and related to international also. So the major findings of my research was that, yes, the internet, the use of memes has increased in the past 5 years, as the internet use of increase and the social media sites have developed a lot. And internet memes they are mostly used by netizens to make the people entertained and inform and educate them. People are more interested in watching the memes that are related to the subject that are more in trend. People basically watch memes which are related to politics, Bollywood, and cricket. People watch internet memes on basically on social media sites which are in trends like Instagram.
You have 2 more minutes left.
Okay, ma'am. So internet memes are they are basically us.
Aditi, you're stuck. Yes.
Framing the a very short. Am I audible?
Yes, Aditi, now it's audible.
Yeah, I got disconnected in between.
Yeah, you continue, no problem.
Okay, ma'am. So I was discussing about the findings of my research. They have more effect, internet memes have more effect on the people, and as compared to the traditional methods of entertainment. Internet memes are widely used by people, and they share more and more memes that are related to their choice. And netizens used meme as a source of propaganda. Not only netizens, but also media houses and the political parties use memes as a source of propaganda, and they are a part of newer digital media, and people come across other traditional ways in their day-to-day life. Internet memes is a slow way, as I already discussed, that as the memes got fade away in a very short span of time, and they are according to the subjects that are in trend, so these have a very slow effect, and they fade away in a very short span of time. So this was my short study which talked about the internet memes and the effect, and the internet memes really help in framing the public opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Aditi. Dr. Manisa Kadri, do you have anything to ask to Aditi Parekh?
Yeah, I think the
ML, is this our problem?
No, ma'am. Dr.
No,
Manisha Kadri have
she has
some
joined back.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. Trouble with the network. So this sampling, I think you did not mention anything about sampling because you have to have a very scientific way of choosing your respondents and how you're approaching them. Also, further, you talked about memes being the most important source of influencing audiences in your conclusion. But if you look at the selective retention and the idea of whether which media is mostly impactful, there are set theories that say that audio and visual medium generally has more impact. And for even this kind of conclusion that memes have the most impact, you have to have a deeper sense of research and concrete statistics in place. So probably don't try and conclude things which your immediate findings or your analysis is not yielding. Yeah, that's what.
Yes, ma'am. About the sample size, I've selected the sample size of 100 from the urban youth of Jaipur city. And I got the response. I made a Google form and I got the responses through that.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Aditi Parekh, and thank you, Dr. Manisha Kadri. Next, I would like to once again invite Dr. R. Venkatesh Aravind. The topic he will be presenting today here is reasons for using digital M apps by university students in Salem district.
Yeah, good afternoon, one and all. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, sorry for the network issues. So I'll start off briefly. So the topic which I am presenting today is reasons for using digital M apps by university students in Salem district. I'll quickly just briefly mention some of the literature reviews that I have used, and I'll move on to the methodology and the objectives. So talking of the review, you have studies which are done by Baiwala and KP Rao. So they told that how digital services, basically digital M apps, can be used for the public for the aspects of making their job easier. And just a sec. Yeah, so the main that is what they were telling. And Ham et al. In 15, he and his fellow scholars, they pointed out about how transparency plays an important part with regards to digital media usage and e-governance. Yeah. Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
You can make your PPT full screen.
Okay. Yeah. You're able to see it full screen now?
No, I think there are some issues with full screen. You can go to the...
Okay, yeah. So, yeah, moving on to the methodology. Methodology that I have adopted in the study is of quantitative nature, and we have taken questionnaires among students to find out basically the one core objective, which is what are the reasons for using digital M apps, and we have adopted TAM model. So TAM 1 was developed by Fred Davis in '85, and it was expanded to TAM 2, which I have adopted in this study. TAM 2 basically has perceived usefulness, ease of use, attitude towards usage, and actual system use. So these are some of the major variables in TAM 2. The objective, again, as I said earlier, it is about what are the apps that the respondents, basically the university students, they prefer to use. So in this study, we have given an elaborate list of various digital M apps like M Aadhaar, M Parivahan, and a lot of other digital apps that are available. So we asked them, gave an elaborate list and asked them for what are the reasons that you use. And I'll just briefly tell a few insights from the overall study that was done. So with regards to the gender, basically, it was surprisingly found that female respondents, so basically female university students, use digital maps more than their male counterparts with 55%. Then as far as the age was concerned, again the youth domination is quite more. That is from 18 to 25. You had almost more than half of the respondents are using the digital maps, and as the age increases, their usage decreases. Then talking of the educational qualification, again, you have your undergrad and postgrad students were much higher in comparison to respondents from MPhil and those who are pursuing PhD. And the total sample size is 200. And some of the just major reasons that they are using are on that. First is like it is very easy to understand, and majority people strongly agreed and agree to that statement. Then you also have more people who feel that using digital maps are making the procedures much easier, and it saves them a lot of time and avoid queues. And the final major pointer, one of the major pointers is that it is seen as a way through which you can get rid of corruption. So when you go through digital apps, it doesn't ask you for any bribe or money. So I'll just briefly summarize the findings. Like female respondents made up 55% of the patronage with regards to digital usage, and you have respondents in the age group of 22 and 25 were the maximum, followed by those in 18 to 21, which again reinforces that youth, basically the younger generation, are using digital maps much more. And regarding education qualification, undergrads and MPhil respondents were much higher with regards to the usage. Yeah. And moving on to the final aspects, which is corruption free, easy procedures, avoiding queue, and easy to understand. These were some of the major indicators which they cite at the respondents, that this is why they prefer digital maps to be used more. So to conclude, basically, digital India initiative was a novel initiative used by the central government, which was launched quite a few years ago. And basically, again, like as stated earlier, it actually makes life easier. For example, for the students to get their even copies of their educational certificates, or be it a copy of their property documents, or birth certificate, or NOC, or a caste certificate, digital maps are making it very easier for them to get the certificates, and it avoids lot of red tape or basically bribery. And they find it very useful to use digital maps to get their job done. Yeah. And I'm also doing a further study basically on what are the problems faced in using the digital maps. So yeah, that is also a working in progress. Yeah. So if you have any questions, you can shoot them. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Venkatesh. Dr. Manisa Kadri, do you have any questions to ask?
I think it's an important area. One of my scholars is working on digital India, and there's a dearth of resources when it comes to looking at digital India from the perspective of communication and media per se. So firstly, I think this is an important area that you've chosen. And while you're doing it, you're looking at it from the perspective of users, how they are engaging with apps that are available and what is their response. Maybe you can look at the content or the side of the apps also, because that way eventually it's a policy in making. It's a policy decision. So probably looking at the apps and the kind of interface that is available and the kind of functions that are available to users is also very important from the perspective of research.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
what are the theories that you're looking at? Maybe you can just name them.
No, I employed TAM model, TAM 2 basically. Yeah. So with that, we gave an exhaustive list of all the digital MRs that are available, and from that we prior to the finalization of these apps, we have made a pilot study where we gave all the apps, and then from that we asked them, okay, what are the apps that they have marked their response. So certain people find DigiLocker useful. For example, they are finding it easy to store their answer sheets or certificates, etc. For certain people, the concept of caste certificates or this thing are quite difficult to get it when they go through directly. So when they apply through digital apps, or there are options to apply for caste certificates to government websites through the apps, it is finding it easier, and they find it is a novel way in that they cannot they do not have to bribe anybody. So when you
Are you also taking into consideration the privacy issues, because that's a major concern while they are using these apps? For example, DigiLocker.
Yeah.
How safe are their documents going to be, and how much of their data is available online? They are willing to have it available there in the locker. So there are concerns about privacy. So did you look at that as well?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, I'm looking at the privacy concerns, as well as what are the problems that are faced in my next. Like I'm working on the other paper, like as I mentioned at the end in the conclusion. So what are the problems that they face, and privacy is one of the major talking point in that. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Venkatesh. Thank you, Dr. Manisa Kadri. Next, I would like to invite Dr. Deepika Saraf. She will be presenting on the topic Effect of Social Media on Psychosocial Behavior, Academic Performance on Secondary School of Students.
Okay, hello everyone. Am I audible to everyone?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, firstly I present my screen. Just a second. Is the screen is presenting? Is the screen is presenting to all?
Yes,
Okay. So a very good afternoon to everyone, and I, Deepika Saraf, and presenting my topic and research paper, Effect of Social Media on Psychosocial Behavior, Academic Performance of Secondary School Students. So if I talk about the introduction and the abstract part, it's the study of effect of social media on psychosocial behavior and intellectual performance of secondary school students conducted in the Punjab Government Schools of Amritsar. And I would be trying target of 306 students of secondary school to 4 secondary schools. And the data study through descriptive studies and statistics of mean and standard deviation, I use these methods. And studying in this study, I basically study the negative impacts of social media on psychosocial behavior and academic performances. Nextly, I made paying more attention to the words frame of mind and teaching time management, etc. of this, so that we can understand what is the impact of social media on the psycho behavior of every student and their performances relating to academic and their cultural and sports program. And next is my statement of problem. So my first statement of problem is widespread abuse of social media among students, because there is a very popular media which is nowadays very popular among all the students and youth. Of course, students paying less attention to their academic work due to the social media interference in their life. And progress deprivation in school, obviously, if I talk about co-curricular activities, academic clubs, and there would be see that lack of participation in all these sectors, we can see very easily after the coming of social media in the life of the youth, and dissatisfaction in thinking neurology and hindrance in the workforce transmission. So next is my research hypothesis. So my first hypothesis is basically depends upon the psychosocial behavior that is unaffected by use of social media. So I'm trying to explain that the behavior of student, the psychosocial behavior is unaffected by the use of social media, whether they are using social media or they are not using social media, whether the time of social media they are using or not. Second is social media has a discernible impact on students' academic achievement. And then my methodology, I use my methodology and my research design is study, though this is look impact on the impact of independent variables on dependent variables, and also it all identify the relation between the variables used in obtaining data that is useful for my study. Next, my method of gathering information of subject to test hypothesis is used, and next, extensive information used to describe and comprehend data. After that, this is a graphs of population of study. My pop is this. There are some schools. Name of schools is from Atari, Rani Kabag, Town Hall, Chiata, and Market and Rambagh. And I choose both the population, male and female. And there were around total of their students like 1,863. But I choose as a random sampling method where
I think she lost connection.
Please call Jennifer. Please call. Jennifer?
Yes, ma'am, she's not reachable.
She's not reachable. Ram, can you give her a chat on Zoom?
Yes, ma'am. Let me see.
Yeah. I think it's a power failure. She might have lost the Wi-Fi and the power.
Yes, ma'am. She's not in the meeting anymore.
Okay. Okay, you can call the next person. And if she joins, we'll give her a next one. Okay.
She informed that she's not able to connect. She has some internet problem.
Yeah, Ram, give her a message. She can connect after the next person.
Yes, ma'am.
I would like to invite our next participant, Ugyal Teshering Lama Yolmo, and he will be presenting the topic utilization of social media for political participation and its influence on the political attitude among university students.
Thank you so much for the introduction. Firstly, I would like to wish a very good afternoon to the chairperson, Dr. Qadri, and to all the dignitaries and organizing committee people present, and to all the co-presenters. I would like to share the screen now. Just a second. Okay. There's just an issue with sharing. Just a second, please.
Yes, sir.
So is there any net issue?
He's not able to share his screen. So he
Yes,
has
so sorry. There is some technical error while sharing the screen.
Yeah. Okay, carry on. No
Yeah,
problem.
so sorry about that.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm not being able to. Shall I mail it to someone who can like share it for me? Would that be okay?
Is it possible?
Yes, please do that.
Yeah,
I'll send a mail ID.
Okay. There was a mail ID, mail that came to me. Shall I send it in the same mail?
Yeah,
Just a
please.
second, I'll check.
Yeah.
Also, maybe in the meantime, what you can do is you can carry on with your presentation.
Hello?
Yeah. You can talk about your research in the meantime.
Okay, just a second. Sure. Okay, I've sent the mail to mediaconference.cnc@gmail.com. In the meanwhile, I'll be just doing an audio. Would that be fine?
Yes, okay.
So yeah, as already told, the paper that I shall be presenting on is utilization of social media for political participation and its influence on the political attitude among university students. And I am Yugel T. Lamayalmo, a research scholar in the Department of Mass Communication in Sikkim University, under the guidance of Dr. Pooja Basnet, who is also a co-author on this paper. So moving on, I'll give you a background of the story. Is like story. The study is like this study is done in order to understand and evaluate whether social media is an apt platform for political participation or engagement, and does it influence the political attitude among the youth. And the research question from the study is to able to answer the question that does social media engagement impact the political attitude among the youth, and why this study is necessary, as in the need for this study, or the rationale is that because the youth generally has been what do you say, said to be swaying away from the politics, and the political attitude of an electorate is very important for democracy to thrive on. And as the youth is said to be the future of the nation, it is I feel it is important to examine, evaluate, and the attitude to what they have towards politics, and how they gain it, and do they participate and engage in politics at all. So the goal of the study is to examine the social media engagement and the political attitude of university students, and inspect whether social media engagement influences political attitude or not. So that's the introduction. So the research objectives projected by the study is to examine political attitude of the university students and the role of social media in formation of such attitude, not only in formulation, actually in even in changing of attitude. So the first was to examine the level of social media usage or engagement among the university students. The second objective is to inspect social media as an apt platform for political communication, participation, and engagement among the university students. And to explore whether social media engagement among the university students influences their political attitude or not. The hypothesis presented by the study is that social media engagement among the student positively correlates to the political attitude. And the other one is that social media engagement does influence the political attitude among university students. So the methodology utilized, as due to the crunch of time, I'm skipping the review of literature part. I'm directly concentrating on the methodology. So the methodology adopted for this study was quantitative, correlation, and explanatory in design. And the methods utilized for data collection was survey method. It was an online questionnaire which was self-report in nature, and the sampling utilized for the study was proportionate stratified sampling, and the sample size was determined by Crochan's formula utilizing the raw sampling calculator online. And for the analysis, we utilize SPSS, and we looked at the correlation, the regression, and the t-test to determine the gender difference. So this was the methodology utilized. The procedure for data collection and analysis was that a questionnaire was prepared utilizing Google Forms, and it contains scales measuring social media engagement and political attitude. The political attitude was subdivided into political interest, political efficacy, and political trust. And once this Google Form questionnaire was prepared, it was distributed online via various messaging and social networking apps to the students. And the participation was done by students who belong to different universities. And in the third phase, we actually collected the responses from the Google form, imported and organized the data collected in MS Excel, and then coded it and coded it in on MS Excel and put it into SPSS. So the data was analyzed utilizing SPSS. The methods that are utilized for analysis were correlation, regression, and t-test, and reports and tables were made out utilizing the analysis. It would be great if I could show you the table and the results. Has it reached someone, or like? Hello?
Yes, sir. It is present on the screen right now.
Okay, it is present on the screen. Okay, so can we move on to the research and results? Because, okay, just a second, let me check where it is. Great, great. So can we move to the next slide, please? Yes. So the result that indicated was there was a positive correlation with social media engagement and political interest. The results are projected on the screen, and there was also a positive correlation with social media engagement, political efficacy. Now, political trust also correlated to political interest and the political efficacy. So there was a direct linkage between social media engagement and political interest and political efficacy, suggesting that their social media engagement did have an impact on political interest and efficacy. Although it did not directly have an impact on the political trust, we can see that political trust has a direct correlation to political interest and political efficacy, wherein we can say that social media engagement had an indirect effect on political trust. Now, by doing regression, we found out that social media engagement significantly affects the political interest and the political efficacy. And finally, one more, I think, is there t-test. Yes, the t-test analysis proves that there was no gender difference in social media engagement, but there was a significant gender difference when it came to political interest. Moving on, so the conclusion that findings from the study was that the social media engagement level was very high among the students, and social media did have does have the potential to become one of the most utilized platform of political communication. Now, I'm saying the potential to have, because there have been studies that have actually said no, social media is not only, it is not the only platform, but it does have a very significant potential to be the most utilized platform for political communication. Hence, we have found out that social media, and especially when it comes to youth, social media is much more of a utilized platform than other platforms. when it comes to political communication. That is what we found out from the study. And social media engagement also influences the political interest and political efficacy among the students. Next. Now, when we came to the gender difference, it showed that male students were more politically inclined over female students. And the limitation of the study was, this was a preliminary study with very less samples, like 100 plus samples. I was working on it, and we want to add more samples and collect more data, and come up with even more robust study that will give even more the data which we can analyze and the results we can actually use to generalize. So the future scope would be to actually do a qualitative study to understand as to why and how the political attitude of university students are affected by social media. Next, please. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. Thank you so much. And I'm so sorry, like I was not able to share the slide myself.
Thank you, sir. That's all right. Dr. Manisa Kadri, do you have any questions to ask?
Yeah, I just wanted to know, how were you able to ascertain the political interest? What were the indicators for you?
There were indicators. Actually, there were scales that were already formulated and utilized in studies in the Western world, which were actually brought about and you adopted the same for the study that we did. It was a skill which was already standardized, to be precise.
Yeah, okay. Okay. And was there any scope for you to understand, or maybe you did it, to look at the nature of political communication they have been following online on social media?
The nature was something that I could not determine, because it was totally based on self-report survey. So there weren't any questions that actually looked
Any
at the
questions?
nature.
Any
No,
questions?
there
Any
weren't.
questions on if they followed a particular political party, or for some pages we had a
Yes,
Yeah.
there were some, and I think so. The most important personality that they followed was Sri Narendra Modi.
Yeah, and we know and that's the reason why he's the most followed politician. Okay.
Yeah, true.
Also, in terms of your gender, finding related to the gender.
Yes, ma'am.
If you could speak slightly more about that.
The thing was, previously when we took out to the survey, we were actually expecting there to be a gender difference in social media utilization also. The hypothesis that we set out, not the hypothesis, what we set out as a presumption was like females would be utilizing social media more. But it turned out that male and female, and this is true. I have done many studies for gender difference, and this is not only in political communication, even for gaming, even for like other kinds of information, for entertainment and social purposes also. Till now, I have not been able to find a significant gender difference, which is very interesting. But when it came to politics, the male students always responded more positively towards politics, and that they actually search for political information, whereas female respondents say this, they might usually stumble upon it, or they might find it attached to some other thing, or might be discussed in a group or something, but they don't generally look for it, is what we came to find out.
What was your sample size, and how
It
many males and females?
120 plus, and I think so it is 50-50, almost 50%.
Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir, and thank you, Dr. Manisa Kadri. Now we have come to an end of this session. I would like to invite Dr. Manisa Kadri for giving us her insights about all the papers.
Thank you so much, Jennifer. And firstly, I think I would like to thank Professor Manju Rose and the entire team of Impetus. I think this is an incredible conference, because looking at the themes and the kind of papers that have been chosen, they all are very meaningful when it comes to the respective session themes that are there. If we look at today's session specifically, digital citizenship that we were talking about, or the digital citizenry, it is a currently relevant area of work in terms of user engagement, and also what people are doing with the internet, and how digital space, the social media, and whatever is being offered in terms of new media is being navigated by the users, and how these technologies are kind of creating an extensive sense of citizen engagement with different issues that are there. So all the papers did play a significant role in terms of looking at various dimensions of this theme. And digital citizenship education, it calls for a deeper inquiry in all directions. And I think these papers that dealt with memes, or they dealt with commerce, and we had political communication, social media as a tool for political communication or persuasion. Then we had papers related to Instagram and influencers. So they are very, very current. They are very relevant themes, and very nuanced papers were presented. So I congratulate all the paper presenters. I think you all did wonderfully well in terms of your presentations and putting together whatever thoughts you had to share. And you can still maybe look at it in a more broader perspective and try and engage with concepts that could kind of enrich your papers furthermore, because I would personally really look forward to reading all your works in future, and they will all be contributing to the theme. So yeah, I think I'd stop here because we have slightly crossed the time limit.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I'd like to thank Dr. Monisa Kadri for joining, and all the participants for investing their time and effort in this research. It was truly illuminating to listen to each and every one of you. My warmest, sincerest gratitude to all. The next session's timing is from 1:30 p.m. to 4:30 p.m. You will be having a break now. The session will be beginning at 1:30 sharp. I hope the participants can join in the same link provided. Thank you. Thank you all for joining.
Thank you, Monisa, for joining and spending your valuable time over here and accepting our invitation as a chair.
It was the pleasure was all mine. Thank you so much.
Wonderful.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much.